Okay, thank you. Included in the packet is a request under the budget discussion from Rob Miller regarding park events. The summary draft 2022 budget is also included in the packet, as well as the final draft asset inventory from SGM Engineering, a sheet of salary ranges as compiled by the Finance Committee with myself and Ms. Jones, and a wages and salary sheet. I believe that Mr. Miller is the first item on the agenda. As stated in the on the agenda summary form, he's wanted to discuss continued financial participation between the town and our annual large park events.
Do we expect Mr. Miller to show up?
I did, so that's what I was just looking for. He was supposed to be here for this discussion.
Shall we
see
give
if
him a
he-
minute? Is there
Yeah.
something small that we can do instead?
Yes,
and
we
move
can.
on?
We can move on to
Okay.
another agenda item. If the board is comfortable, we can move to the beyond the summary budget. As it's a little difficult for me without Cindy here because she has the detail portions on her laptop, and I have not had an opportunity to review the updates with her today. So if we can move to page. Sorry. Let's see. The agenda summary, well, we'll start with the agenda summary form, which is page 8 in the packet. And that has the items for discussion, the staffing, additional staffing, and the salary ranges. First wanted to say that I know that there's some substantial confusion surrounding how many positions the town was looking to add to the 2022 staffing. Right now, town has 16 positions. Some of them are vacant at the moment, yes, but we have 16 positions. And the town, following discussion from the board and recommendations through our through JDS Hydro and our water study, we are looking to add 2 positions in 2022. One position is a Public Works Director to separate out the Public Works Director, which is primarily parks, streets, trash, and have our ORC primarily for water and sewer. That is the one position. And the second position at board direction was filling the position that we've had previously for an assistant to administrator at Town Hall. In 2021, we added a position of the finance clerk, and we've advertised for a Public Works 3 position, which is a cross-trained Public Works Department, streets, parks, sorry, I'm struggling a little, streets, parks, snow, those items, sidewalks, and also has water certificates with primary duties would be to assist in the public utility, water, and sewer department. The budget was published in the packet. We don't print copies of the packet for meetings.
Okay, this was in the packet. It's the packet that the board gets prior to the meeting. It went online Friday on the town website, and you could download the packet with everything in it that the board sees. And this information is coming from that. So it has been online since Friday. And that is what the public has access to as well as the board. We no longer print packets unless you come in and specifically ask for a paper packet to be printed.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Knutson?
I'm wondering if there's a possibility of using the projector so that we could project on the wall what we're looking at, and then that way anyone that doesn't have a packet can then see what we're dealing with. There's a lot of numbers, so you'll have to get out your binoculars. Thank you.
Excuse me, Karen, just a moment. Okay. Please come, if you're going to, please come to the microphone, state your name, the street you live on, and then address the board. Okay, the reason we do that is because people who watch this on YouTube cannot hear you if you're sitting in the audience speaking. So you have to come to the microphone to be heard by the audience. And if you don't care to do that, that's fine. Well, while this is loading up, since Mr. Miller has arrived, why don't we go ahead and you can work on that, Corinne. Mr. Miller, you can come to the microphone, please.
Thank you very much. My apologies.
Push on the top.
Great.
Got it. Check.
Okay, and please speak into the mic.
Speak right into the microphone. Okay, great. My name's Rob Miller. I live on 211 Onarga, and I run Pickin' in the Park. I'm with Pickin' Productions. I'm a little staticky, but that's okay with everybody, I guess. I wrote a letter and gave it to Cindy. I hope everybody got that letter. Did the trustees all see that? Okay, great. I'm really here simply to tell you just a couple things. First of all, we had a very successful Pickin' in the Park this year, given that we had one rain out. That's the way it goes sometimes. The first thing I want to let you know is that I started a nonprofit this year called Music in Communities, and Music in Communities will be taking over Pickin' in the Park as a nonprofit next year. The long-term intention of that is I will not, as much as I want to live forever, I won't live forever, but hopefully Pickin' in the Park will. So we're moving it into a nonprofit situation next year. It is going to be in its 15th year next year. Pickin' in the Park will be. And I just wanted to kind of review for you all here who are sitting in these positions that in 15 years ago. We started here, I came to you guys, all different people, and asked for support to start this concert series, and you guys very generously gave us $500 to support that series. And I believe that went on for maybe one more year. It was either one or two. And then that funding went away. I can go into that story, but I don't think it's necessary. Is that going to be a little better? Okay, good. Yeah, much better.
Yes, much better.
I feel better now. Thank you. And that's been okay. You know, it's been what it is. Paonia has been who Paonia is, and Pickin' in the Park, and the events that happen in town are what they are. But as the different people in these different positions as trustees and the staff changes, what I've been doing with Pickin' in the Park has not changed. We continue to raise money between businesses and community members, a budget of approximately $25,000, give or take $5,000 per year, to put on this event, which is what we do and is what we'll continue to do. However, in working with other towns, all the way from Moab to Leadville to Ridgeway to Telluride around, what towns do eventually is they start supporting, we'll call them historical community events. I'm going to label a historical community events as something that's been happening in town for more than 5 years. And we'll even call it a large community event, say something that draws about over 500 people, let's say. I can identify 3 events that happen in this town: Pickin' in the Park, Cherry Days, and Mountain Harvest, that fall under this category. Been around for more than 5 years, draw more than 500 people. Pickin' in the Park's always taken a great pride in being one of the only events, let's say, in town.
I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second. The rules of this board is that if you wish to carry on a conversation outside of what is going on, please take that conversation outside the room. It is disrespectful to the person who is trying to do the presentation and distracting to the board. Thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Rob.
Thank you. So I've been working with other municipal.
All right. This is your first and only warning. Your mouth moved. Okay.
So I've been working with other municipalities pretty closely and seeing how things are done. And I feel as though after 15 years of running this community concert series, that it's time for Paoni to consider one of two things. Either carving out some money, I'm not suggesting it's a lot of money, but some money from the town to support these historical, larger community events. In the letter, I basically outlined two loose options. One was to carve out maybe $5,000. That once a year, these community events, we come and we tell you about what we're going to do, and you guys could allocate that $5,000 between the 3 events that I've listed. Maybe there's more I'm forgetting, I don't know. The other option is to not put out any money at all and grant each of these larger community events, let's just say $1,000 credit each year toward the town, which would cover, in Pickin' in the Park's experience, $450 a year for fees to use the town park. This year, a new fee popped up, which was the fee to use cones, a $50 a week cone fee. That was never here for 13 years before this one. When that cone fee came up, that was sort of the impetus for me to come in front of you guys to say, you know, I don't know what the fee is going to be next year, but what I'm feeling like right now as Pickin' in the Park is me and my team are working real hard to put this thing on. We're scraping up every dime we can from the community. And to be paying you guys anywhere from $450 to $650, maybe next year it might be $850 a year, just doesn't feel right. What I would love is if the town of Paoni was part of this event. And I spoke to Cherry Days and Mountain Harvest, and they feel the same way, where we would like you guys to consistently be on our posters, on our banners. When we walk up to the stage, we want to proudly say Pickin' Productions, Music and Communities, which is my nonprofit, the Camp Foundation, and we'd like to tell you about our sponsors, including the town of Paonia. I recognize that 2 years ago you guys granted me a waiver. I think it caused some of the other nonprofits to say, hey, what about me too? That's why I'm trying to address this as a whole. I'm not interested in getting money that Mountain Harvest isn't. I'm just interested in the town seriously considering getting on board with these events, understanding that these events are going to continue to happen. Town of Paonia, when I moved here 22 years ago, these things didn't exist. We were a mining town and a ranching town, and a couple things happened. But the Mountain Harvest Festival, Cherry Days, and Pickin' in the Park, I see these happening past my lifetime. I think they're not going anywhere. So I'm here to ask you guys if we can maybe find a way that we all feel good about it. When these events are happening, we feel like the town is on our side. When I called Travis on Thursday morning to open the gate, I want to feel not like I'm hiring Travis to open the gate. I want to feel like he's part of our team. He's there saying, yeah, we're doing this event tonight. I know Travis, I'm sure you're here somewhere. I know that, oh, there you are. You're not going to get super excited about Pickin' in the Park. I'm not asking you to do that. I just want, to feel like we're on the same team, So that's really the gist of what I'm here to say. I know you guys have a lot to do today, and I really appreciate you squeezing me in. Two things I want to address that I guess I foresee you saying to me. One is I realize that you guys see the fees for events such as Pickin' in the Park and whatnot, paying for maintenance of the park. My answer to that is I've been to birthday parties, I've been to funerals in the park, I've been to gatherings. This park is not just for these events. This park is for us to use 365 days a year. I believe there should be enough money in the budget to upkeep these parks without more or less penny pinching the festivals. The The other is that although I don't have the resources to quantify numbers, I can tell you that I think we all know that Mountain Harvest Festival, Cherry Days, and Pickin' in the Park brings people in from out of town. That translates into money in the pockets of the citizens of Paonia. One example I could use is the beer tent alone. We generate over $20,000 for Pickin' in the Park every year through beer. That 7% of that, which is $1,600, goes to pay taxes. I know it doesn't all trickle down to the town of Paonia, but some of it does. So I guess in conclusion, I really, the biggest thing I wanted to convey to you guys is that I want you to be part of what we do, not to feel like we're separate. And I think the easiest way to do that is to grant us credit. So no money is exchanged at the moment, but just so we don't feel like we're paying you guys for us to do these events.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Are there questions for Mr. Miller from the board? Yes, Trustee Knutson.
I just wanted to point out that I was contacted by Tom Backus, who's the chair of the board for the Mountain Harvest Festival, and he has a family visiting and is unable to make it tonight, but he wanted to say that he was here in support of what you're doing.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, not a question, but a comment. I really appreciate that you came to the board offering proactive solutions. I think that's something we as a board have talked about before, really appreciating, so thank you for that. I also want to remind the board, and maybe we should dust this document off, we did set goals and objectives last October at a retreat. One of those objectives was supporting community events. So I mean, we said that's what we wanted to do, so let's talk about how we can get there. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Yes, Trustee Knutson. I'm sorry, I missed you, Tammy.
I go to a lot of those concerts and I don't see everybody from the board there, and I understand that, but these events are awesome and people come from all over. I grew up in the Roaring Fork Valley and I run into my friends from the Roaring Fork Valley there at Pickin'. It does bring people here. It is an awesome, all of these events, and I don't know where we are with the BMW rally, but that is something that's been happening here for many years as well. And I would encourage my fellow trustees to consider this as an opportunity and look for creative ways to make something along this lines happen. It is frustrating to take pictures of the stage and look up on the stage at all the banners and not see the town of Paonia. It is frustrating and downright embarrassing that we are not, and I felt that way about the Delta County Independent. They didn't support it for, they didn't either, and I was embarrassed as a person who was covering that event that we did not support that, and I just think that this is just a super, super idea, and I think we should definitely discuss it further.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Knutson.
We can't make decisions tonight, as you probably know, in a work session. We can only discuss the issues, but I wanted to point out that we also make charitable contributions through the budget process, and it seems to me that it makes sense that we bundle all the charitable contributions, because this would be a charitable contribution. We support the senior center. There's also the Arbol Farm Market, which is only in its first year at our facility, but we have a number of events. We ran into a lot of trouble with giving, well, I don't know if it's trouble, but we decided to make an exemption, and then the next thing we knew, all the dominoes fell. So I think we really needed to discuss a lot about where money goes and what we're willing to support, and that'll be decision time.
If I could speak to that just real quickly, part of what my goal hopefully here is, when I began speaking tonight, I was acknowledging that all these seats had different people in them when I started this event, and they will have all different people in them in 2 or 5 years from now. And charitable donations are a one-time a year kind of a concept. what I would love for you guys to consider is to try to, I don't really know how this works in governmental form, but to try to, as a town, start carving out something that is consistent year to year. So when there's a new mayor and there's new trustees, they are slipping into an understanding that this is what the town of Paonia does. We support events. So not a one-time year idea, more of a longer term idea.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I know we can't make a motion or do an action, but can the board provide direction to add this to an upcoming agenda so that we can discuss it further and possibly take action?
Yeah, it will come up further as we move along the budget process. It'll be a line item it could be a line item as an expense.
Okay, but even if it's a line item in a budget workshop, that still doesn't give us the room to make a decision to
Well,
talk about
it will
drafting an
come to the
ordinance
point where we do make decisions on this and decide what we're going to do. It's just, we're still in the early stages of this, so at this point in time to say, put it in, we can make a recommendation to put it in the budget as a line item. And then as the process evolves, we'll address it.
So I appreciate what you're saying, but just to go back to what Rob was saying, I don't think what he's looking for is just a this year decision, but a longer term, like maybe we have an ordinance that says for this type of event, or maybe we change our town code around how we charge for events. So I think that's more an agenda item rather than a budget discussion.
Now I understand what you're saying. Yes,
Okay.
and I think that's a great idea, is to bring it back to the board at some future time to look at, a policy. Probably that would be the best thing, is to create some kind of policy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And whenever that happens, I will be here
Okay.
to answer any questions, and I'm confident that the other organizations, and by the way, I didn't mention BMW only because the people who put on BMW, they're not based here, so I don't really have a connection with them, but I do recognize that they exist. Well, no, I know, and I used to work for them. I mean, believe me, I know it really well. It's like I said, they're just not, they don't live here, and I think,
Yeah. Other questions or comments from the board? Okay, I do have one. I was looking at our budget and trying to figure out how much money we actually did not collect in fees, park fees this year, and it looks to be about $1,200. And that is not that much money. I mean, how far does $1,200 go as far as upkeep of the parks, considering how much these events bring into the town? Bill Bishop, when he was on the board of Mountain Harvest Festival, used to come every year to the board and actually bring figures of how much money that they estimated they brought into this town. And when I was on the board, the last one that he produced was $250,000. And that seems like $1,200 in park fees seems like a small price to get reap that kind of benefit.
I agree.
Yeah.
And really, it could be, if you throw Beamers in there and if you give us all a $1,000 credit a year, we're talking $4,000 potential, with Mountain Harvest at least times 3, that number is coming in between all these events, You're right. And I think I feel as though it's really, we're just at a moment where the town is kind of growing up to this next phase of realizing, I don't ever want to put us in the same category for many reasons as Telluride and Aspen, please. But there is there's got to be a recognition that this town is, the culture of this town is largely based on these things that have been happening and growing, and it's what puts us on the map, quote unquote. All this is very valuable. Again, really, my main intention here is just to feel like you guys are on board with us.
Any other questions, comments? Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson. Oop, turned it off. Yeah.
Turned it off.
Name,
in a town this-
Suzanne?
Yeah.
Name?
Oh, Suzanne
thank you.
Watson. In a town this size, making exceptions, even small exceptions, does have a great ripple effect through the community. If we're looking at $5,000 a year, we're talking about approximately $75 per household that I now have to pony up for park events. There are people on fixed incomes who cannot afford that. Why, I don't understand why some people have to pay and other people don't. If you're looking at the sales tax revenue argument, I'd like to point to your attention the building activities in this town. Building activities at Dependable, purchases at that store, bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales tax revenue, and also higher property tax revenues, all that benefit the town. But the town doesn't give homeowners a single break on building permits in this town. It's an incredibly expensive proposition. So I don't understand how you can pick and choose favorites. In a town this size, we all have to pull our weight and contribute our fair share. I don't think these park fees are exorbitant, and I don't think they should be waived. That being said, I'm not sure where in our code did we establish the cone fee. I know there's a street closure permit. I'm not sure if we have a cone fee. I can't remember. It's not. But another fee that boggles my mind is the banner fee. There's no such thing as a banner fee in our code, and it's a fabrication at Town Hall. So I think we need to look at the fees that we've been charging and whether they're even legal or not. And as far as locking the town into a permanent arrangement, you simply can't do that. It's up to the voters. It's up to the voters with what board they vote in. You cannot lock this town in perpetuity into agreements with organizations like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Yes. Turn it on. Gray button. Name?
Skip Naft, 324 Onarga. I'm a volunteer for Cherry Days. Rob told me this meeting was going to happen, and I appreciate his eloquent response on what he's trying to tell you. And I agree with everything Rob said. Cherry Days in particular is a completely volunteer-run organization, and just 11 people put that whole thing on in a volunteer capacity. So in response to what Suzanne said, I'd like to just say, I don't think if you give a credit, it's pulling money out of people's pockets. So anyway, thanks, Rob, and thank you guys, and I hope you will consider Rob's proposition.
Thank you, Skip. All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you very much, Rob, for coming and putting this on our radar, and I'm sure we will address it as we move through the budget process. Thank you. All right. How are we doing on putting up the budget sheets, Gran?
I can put them up, and the banner permit and fees for rental of cones and barricades is in Resolution 2015-06, I believe. It may be 03. I will forward.
Okay.
It doesn't get louder. Part of it is mine. So banner fees and cone and barrier fees are, I believe it's Resolution 2015-06, although it may be 2015-03, and I will forward for reference for the fee, where those fees generate from. Let me turn the mirror back on. So this is the summary form that I was initially giving information off of regarding the proposed administrative staff that we plan to add for 2022, which is 2 positions as directed by conversations with the board and the JDS Hydro Infrastructure Analysis. And happy to answer any questions about that, or if you want to go into the actual rate or the range.
Okay. Well, let's see if there's any questions from the board. Yes, Mr. Bear.
Could you cover again what a public works operator level 3 means?
An operator level 3 is, all of our positions are cross-trained positions. We've only historically had a public works department, so use of terminology such as public works and public utilities is new. That's where we're trying to transition the water and sewer out of public works and have that as a separate department. So a public works operator 3 job description is a cross-trained employee that can do the public works duties such as parks, streets, snow, sidewalk, and also hold water certifications to fulfill and assist in the water and sewer treatment, which would be the primary use, but unfortunately we don't have job descriptions for that. So what we have, and looking to fill that position now, we put out the Public Works 3 with that additional information and other duties as assigned as any job description details.
I think prior to hiring, I think prior to hiring anybody, we really need to write job descriptions for these different positions. And secondly, the Public Works Director, you indicated that person is going to be in charge of other things other than the water and sewer plants. Who's going to be answerable to who, and who's going to be the supervisor over all of them?
The staffing flow chart is the Board of Trustees to the town administrator. The town administrator oversees the Public Works Director, would also oversee the Public Utilities Director, which would be the ORC for water and sewer, and the Finance Director and other administrative offices that are in the front office.
So I understand the Public Works Director and the Public Utilities Director will be co-equals and answerable to you.
Correct.
Other questions from board? Yes, Mick.
So do I understand this right, that we had 2 positions that we did not fill in 2021 that we're looking to fill in 2022, as well as the 2 additional positions?
So we have
that-
some vacancies, yes, that are historical standard positions that the town has that are vacant at the moment that we are filling, but new positions that we haven't had that are being that are a created position in 2022, there's 2. And the reason I say 2 is because we have had an administrative assistant at the town level, but we transitioned that position this year to the finance clerk, which was a position also the town has not had previously, so that we have 2 individuals working in our finance department instead of 1.
Yes, Ms. Patterson?
So I actually did a comparison of the 2021 final budget and the 2022 proposed budget for the staffing, and my comparison doesn't agree with that. What I'm seeing is that we had 20 positions budgeted in 2021 for staff, not necessarily all filled, but 20 positions budgeted. And for 2022, we have 24 positions budgeted. So I'm seeing 4 new positions, and I'm not sure if the chart that's in the packet is incorrect, or if to say there are 2 new positions is incorrect, but I think we've got a discrepancy there.
Apologies. Part of that may be police department related, and that I believe there was discussion about an additional officer but I don't actually have that.
Yes,
Firsthand.
actually, yeah, when we did back the badge, we added police positions. Yes, Michelle?
Right, so that was approved for the 2021 budget. So if you compare the 2021 and 2022 budgets, there are no changes in the police department and the
Okay.
number of positions. The changes are in administration, we go from 6 to 7. And then in public utilities and public works combined, we go from 7 positions across those, what it sounds to me you're proposing as 2 departments. to 10 positions. If you compare directly the 2021 final budget that's on the website against the 2022 in this packet.
So that would be the 2021 additional specific to utilities, which is included in, it wasn't budgeted for in the, when we went through the budget in 2020, adding another position that was specific to water certificates and working in the Public Works Department was a position that was added this year but has not been filled. So that's why that one wasn't on there. In administration, the only addition is the administrative assistant position. And for 2022, in 2021, we filled that initial vacancy with the finance clerk. And in Public Works, there's one vacant Public Works position that has not been filled. And that's it for Public Works. And then the public, of course, other than the new position for the director.
So there's still a discrepancy. So what I see are 3 positions that were not budgeted in 2021 that are budgeted in 2022. And those would be one of the UT assistant positions listed, the Public Works Director position, because it looks like, based on the numbers, you've transitioned what was previously Public Works to Public Utilities. So the Public Works Director position is new. And then a seasonal labor position is added as well. So it's 3 new positions.
So apologies, I don't know why we have the seasonal in there. That is, so, well, Cindy has to budget for seasonal. And that conversation comes from the additional work in the summer season where we've hired previously, we've brought in temp help, and from conversations and looking at some historical, how previous administrations and administrators did it many years ago, they would hire seasonal, whether it was high school students that would assist with parks and assist with things like that. So I had directed Cindy prior to being out, so I apologize that I forgot that line was in here, to try to include some funds in the budget should we need to hire any kind of seasonal so that we could start budgeting for that, because typically that has not been an item that was budgeted for. So that's what the seasonal is. It's for temporary help in the 3 to 4 heavy months of the summer only, as needed. It is not a full-time or a part-time position with the town. It would just be seasonal help only.
Thanks for the clarification on that.
Trustee Knutson, did you have something?
Yeah, I think it's easier for the public to understand how many total employees we have this year and how many total employees we're budgeting for next year and compare those 2 numbers. So that might make it a little simpler. If we have a chart that kind of shows here's the job descriptions for 2021 and here's the job descriptions for 2022, that might be easier for everyone to be able to digest about how we're adding. I know one of the things that's really difficult about adding positions is how much more that costs in salary and benefits, and it may not fit into the budget.
Yes, Trustee Milk.
One thing we have not discussed, 2 or 3 years ago, the parks maintenance contract was canceled 1 year into a 3-year contract, and the public was promised that things would be better with the staff doing it as opposed to a contractor. I would like to see some comparisons as to what a contractor might make compared to how much the staff has, how much has been paid to the staff and to equipment and so forth that contractor used to purchase himself, and see if going back to a parks contractor wouldn't be a good idea. I know a lot of people were really upset when that contract was ended, and one of the things I think it took away from the public was a key person to go to talk to the parks, and that person was at the parks all summer, and anytime you had a problem at the park, you could talk to him. So I think it would be worth revisiting a parks contract as opposed to adding staff to take care of the parks or continuing to pay staff to take care of the parks.
Okay, others? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Mack. I think that's something we should at least see a comparison of so that we know we're making good decisions on that. And second to that, I want to go back to something, Corinne, you said that the assistant administrator position that's in this budget was at board direction. I'm not sure about that. I don't remember the board ever directing staff to add an assistant administrator position for 2022. There was an assistant administrator position budgeted for 2021, and that was at staff discretion changed to a finance position. But I don't believe that we as a board have had any public discussions regarding what we would like to see for staffing in 2022.
So that came from discussions about adding additional support staff specific to my position. So, and so that is the only reason that it was included. Absolutely, when it comes to that position, I absolutely would think that there needs to be direction from the board if the board feels that that is something that is needed and that I'm needing. Specifically, if that is the board direction, I would agree with that. I would say that on the park side, that I have stated the last year and early this year that when it came to the contract, that after 2 years of having parks in-house last year, year before, that if there wasn't a significant improvement, that we would consider the contract. We have hired and filled positions at the Public Works Department this year specifically with people that have experience, and the parks, I've had many comments. It got off to a rocky start, but has been significantly and substantially improved upon, and I've had many comments to that. And while there are a lot of benefits to a contract, there were a lot of negatives that came with contracting as well. And we'll happily put together a comparison as far as the dollars so that the board can review that.
Yes, Trustee Bear.
One comment on the parks. Yes, the parks are looking better, but there was a long road that got plowed before we got to that point. And last year was deplorable, and this year started out just as bad. And finally, somebody heard us and heard the public complaining about that, and finally got the parks to where they look pretty good today. I admit that. But it took a long time to get that done.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in with the board on time and what we want to try to get through for the rest of the session, because I've got a lot of questions if we're going through everything that was presented in this packet, and I don't know that we have time for it. So some direction possibly from you, Madam Mayor, on what your key things are to get through today.
I would defer this to Corinne. I mean, Cindy is not here. And so is there things that we can go through that you have sufficient information to guide us through at this point versus waiting for Cindy to be in the room when she can give us more in-depth information?
So I would say too that the intent for this session was one of the special sessions so that there was 2 hours instead of a short right before a board meeting. So that is part of the issue with the size of this. And I know that there's a lot of questions and contention about the staffing, wages, salary ranges. So if we'd like to discuss those are things that I am more than able to answer questions and discuss at the board level. And we will table the overall initial review of the overall budget, which we wouldn't get through even if we started right now. So if we want to move to those items, we can do that.
Okay, then I would say we open the discussion and discuss salaries and the like. Yes, Mr. Bear.
We're going to skip over some important pages. One of them is the, it's not titled, it's page, in my packet, I don't know what, page 9. All list of incomes.
So the question is.
That's the salary ranges.
Well, in my packet, like I say, it's the list of all the incomes, a great big
Right.
spreadsheet.
No,
No,
no, it's page 9 in the packet. Yeah. Yeah, way back.
there
There,
you go.
there you go.
And the first one, the first chart, the first income that I would like to question is the sales tax dash town for $690,000. I believe that that's wildly optimistic. I don't know where Cindy came up with that number. I think that it's probably close to $300,000 high.
These pages are summary pages of the full budget, and I would defer these pages and the full budget discussion to the next work session.
Okay, well, you can comment to Cindy on that one, as well as the sales tax in the county, again, wildly optimistic. And you may have her check her numbers, because they do not match what we had through 7 months. That's my comment on those.
Okay. Would anyone like to go back and now discuss the salaries proposed in the packet? Yes, Mr. Bear?
Mayor, how can we talk about the salaries when we don't know what our incomes are going to be?
So for clarification, this is not a discussion about salary increases. This is a review of the ranges that were updated based on CML by the Finance Committee, as well as a chart that shows what the salaries are currently, what the positions based on the ranges would be for new positions, and amounts that could be considered for increase to stay within the range and based on longevity, how long you've worked for the town, and your evaluations. Those numbers are not guaranteed wage increases. Any kind of adjustment to wages is based on review. We included wage increases last year that some staff did not receive. Also, there's been a lot of conversation about the wage that the board does set, which is mine, which there's not 1 penny included in the 2022 budget for an increase for my position.
So, are there questions or comments on the salary sheets that were included in the packet? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, I have questions. I'm going to start on page 28, though. I don't have any questions about page 27. So if someone else does, let them start ahead of me.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I have a question on, it's labor, WSP 2003. It said that the range in 2021 was 1774, I guess a high of 2475. And then for 2022, we have a $17 an hour number in there, and that says a 4% increase. Was that an increase, or should that actually be a deduct? Did we have? Oh, no, okay, I see it. $17 is 2021, and 1775 is for 2022, okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
what we're
Trustee-
trying to do is we carefully look at what other towns of our size and budget pay for different for different positions that we'd consider comparable, and then we try to set the range, what a fair range would be for that. And in this case, we have someone who's actually being paid below the range for their position, and that's why that change. I hope that helps.
Other? Yes, Trustee Pattison.
Yep. So my first question is, I think this is really for the board. We have some positions that are budgeted where the range starts at $16 an hour. And I believe this is based on the survey CML put out that would have been 2020 data. And I feel like a lot has, and it would have to be 2020 data, right? Okay. So considering the current job market, the current housing prices in town, both rental and purchases, I think we need to think about the likelihood that we could actually fill any role at $16 an hour. And it just as a global comment on our salary ranges, I think if we're going to start making changes, that would be a place to start, and we may have to make adjustments elsewhere in the budget. But if these are positions we need to fill, I don't see $16 an hour hiring anybody based on what I've heard about people leaving their jobs rather than taking jobs in at least the last few months.
Mayor, I would agree, and that's partially why that sheet, which is not something that we've ever done before, was left at the table. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it because you just got it today. It was done yesterday, but it actually was a kind of based on salary, services, DMEA, other utilities, what the average, what it looks like the cost of living for the town of Paonia based on positions would be. So I don't disagree with you at all.
Do we have that electronically that we could put up at all?
So a more general comment about that. Getting these documents on paper is not great for record keeping and for reviewing what we did last year versus this year. I would love to have, if there's anything that's brought before the board on paper to one of these sessions, that it also be made available electronically. And I understand that there are some things that come up last minute, but I would like it to be added to the public packet that's posted on the website, so that if we're going back a year from now and trying to look at what we discussed, you can see all of this and not just what we have electronically. Does that make sense?
Yes, it was completed yesterday and printed by Cindy, and is to be included in the next budget packet.
So, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
Just to explain what that document is, there was a stab, and I mean, this is trying to throw a little bit of mud on the wall, but see, what do we think it costs to live in Paonia? So that little left-hand chart is a guess about if you're paying rent and you're a single person, what do you think it would cost you to pay rent? And if you were a family and you needed a two-bedroom, boy, I didn't know I had that kind of impact. At any rate, so we're trying to just estimate, what do we think it costs to live in Paonia? You know, the important part of all of that first chart on the upper left is really looking at what does it cost on an annual basis. And then that next chart, the only thing I'd pay attention to is the green line that's across the middle of it, because that shows take-home pay in a number of positions at the town. And you kind of compare what does it cost to live here and what's the take-home pay. And so it's just a thought. It's just like a thought experiment to look at. And this, I think, answers Trustee Pattison's question. Not necessarily answers it, but it's a stab at trying to answer, are we paying enough? I mean, one of the things that's difficult about recruiting is when you get people in, you have a top candidate, we may not be able to start them at the beginning of the range. We may find that we have to move and make an offer higher than the range. So anyway, that's what the purpose of that spreadsheet was, is just to start trying to think about what it costs to live in the town, what are we actually paying, and really having a hard look at that. Obviously, if we're talking about raising salaries and bringing them to a level where we think we can hire, that would negate the ability to add a bunch of new positions.
Did you have something to say, Trustee Patterson?
Well, just to follow up on that, to make sure I understand what we're doing correctly, what we're presented with here are salary ranges, but what we have to budget is the very top of that salary range in our final budget.
Well, not necessarily. We budget.
Okay.
So if somebody is, for example, midway through the range and they've only been here, a couple, 3, 4 years, then it makes sense to keep them midway through the range because they're in the range. It's looking at those people who are below the range to get them within it, then to consider what it costs. I mean, when we hired Officer Berger, we did give him money simply because he could not afford to move here. He could not afford on his salary to find a place to rent for him and his 2 kids to be in Paonia. And eventually we allowed him to go to Hotchkiss when the place that he was in was sold by the owner. So it's a very relevant question, is you can't pay somebody not a living wage to live in Paonia and then expect them to live in Paonia. Anything else from the board on this? All right, anything from the public? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee
I'm sorry, I
Patterson.
have other comments, not specifically on the living wage issue.
Oh,
but,
I'm
so
sorry, yeah,
what
okay.
are we taking public comments on living wage and then coming
No,
back to?
no, we're going to go ahead and finish the board discussion on what we're working on, the pages we're working on, and then we'll open up to public comment. So if you have more comments, please go for it.
Okay. All right. So still on page 28 of the packet. Under the wages line, so looking across all of these, there's on the column that says annual, and just as an example for the town admin, the wages line, what's under annual? I'm trying to understand what that represents. Is that what we're paying currently, what we expect to pay out total in 2021 for this position? Because it doesn't match what we had in the budget as approved for 2021 for a number of the positions in here. So I'm just not sure what that number means.
The annual salary is what, well, under the first line where it says wages annual, that is based on the salaries that are being made at this time, although I see a mistake in there.
Okay, yeah, so there are a number of these that don't line up with what we budgeted for in 2021. And then there are others where we've had positions that are open where we haven't paid out nearly as much for that particular position. So I just like to see it presented consistently, whether it's here's what we budgeted in 2021 or here's what we've paid out this year or whatever it may be. But
Yeah, and so what that line is the full year based on the salary that employee would be making, or if it's an open position, what the bottom of that range, the wage dollar amount would be annualized out for the full year.
okay, so in the cases where, and there are a number where it's lower than what we budgeted for 2021,
that would be because if it's an individual that's been employed the entire time, it's because the number that was budgeted that could have been the amount that they received as a wage increase, they didn't receive that full amount. They didn't move up that full level.
Okay, and so where do those funds live right now, and how do we incorporate that into our 2022 plans? Are they just lumped into reserve?
Yeah, they're just in, based
Okay.
on the department, whether they would be in the general fund or if it would be percentages out of whatever fund they were being funded through, water, streets, parks.
Okay, thank you. Next question, it looks like we have an additional position proposed for a clerk in addition.
No, we don't. Right now, that is a dual position that I hold. We choose to continue to provide that so that the board has the data in front of them should they so that you have the data of what it would be if you were to separate the two positions out again. So in the final budget, we don't budget that income. This document is so you could see, these are all the positions. Yes, we have positions that are joined together in dual, and we can present an actual against this is everything. This is the big picture pie in the sky versus what we actually have, which is the dual position. We are not proposing a clerk position.
That's really helpful, and that was super unclear to me when I was looking at this. For the next workshop, I would like to see actual instead. I feel like that's really what we're as a board approving, is what we actually want to spend on salaries for the next year. So it'd be good to see those numbers rather than hypothetical. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay. Do you have more? Go for it.
All right. So my next question is about how we're allocating the costs for these positions across the different funds. And I believe this would be a board decision, how we allocate those funds. Right now, just the administrative department alone, 79% of salary costs for the administrative department come out of our enterprise funds. And to me, that seems really out of balance. I would like to see those paid out of the general fund, because this is not water, sewer, trash cost. This is administration cost.
So I know we did have this conversation last year as well, and the reason for that is because the allocations are based on time spent. And so, like for Amanda, our deputy clerk, majority of her time spent is in water, sewer, trash. That is the primary areas that she's working in. And so, like with a business, that's the way that it has been done over the last historically for many years, several years. It's based on the time. So the public works staff, it's based on their time cards. We track that, and we try to allocate as best as we can so that the funds are paying for where the time is spent. And that's why administration, a significant portion of what we do, while it's administrative, which seems general, is very specific to those enterprise funds.
Okay, so I do remember discussing that, and I appreciate that explanation. I still feel like, and I'm using your position as an example, not to pick on you, but just because it's right there. So as an example, for the town administrator position, 92% of those wages are paid out of the enterprise fund. And this may be a board, almost a philosophical decision maybe, but in my mind, the work that the administrator is doing related to the enterprise fund is not directly working on water, sewer, trash. It's supervision of that department, just like supervision of any other department. So the cost of that oversight and that supervision to me is fully administrative, even though one of the people being supervised is working on enterprise fund activities. So I would like to see much more of that moved back over to the general fund to pay for administration out of that. And if someone is spending the majority of their time on water, sewer, trash, I feel like that position should be nested under the enterprise funds, and it should be maybe an enterprise clerk rather than someone who's in the administrative department but working almost entirely in a separate department.
Yes, Trustee Knudsen?
Yeah, I also wondered about the allocations, and I think it is a policy decision for the board to look at this, because and I have a suspicion that previous town managers tried to pay for their positions by pulling a lot of money out of the utility funds. And I hear from town citizens about the burden that extra costs in the utility funds are. I think we really need to take a very close look at how we're allocating, especially the expensive positions that are administrative, and whether those are allocated properly. And I don't know, this maybe goes back to Trustee Patterson's thing about an organizational development person coming in, but basically what you're talking about is a job analysis that a person fills out, And then in that job analysis, they're tracking their time, and your allocations are based on that job analysis.
And from what I hear Administrator Ferguson saying is that for Public Works, that's pretty much done. I mean, they do that on their timesheets, and so that's much more clear than it is in the administrative offices, where Amanda's answering phones, doing the Public Works billing, making copies, doing a lot of things that cross boundaries. So it's not as clear cut as somebody who's going to go work on sidewalks for 4 hours and then water plants for 3 hours.
Yep, I agree with that completely, and my concern is not really with the allocation within Public Works and Public Utilities, because I feel like those are tracked, but rather what we're calling enterprise work when it's really done within the administrative department, or as another example, trustees. We have trustees that are partially paid out of enterprise funds, and I don't think that's appropriate either. I think we are at a different, we should be entirely general fund. That's, we're not, none of us are working within the enterprise fund departments.
Okay, other comments? Ms. Mack.
I really like the way you guys think sometimes. If we're going to be looking at any kind of increases in rates, I think we owe it to the public to figure out a way to reduce the cost, reduce the amount of money taken out of the water, sewer, and garbage, and to pay staff and all the other places it goes. I think it's really encouraging to hear what you guys had to say, because frankly, I wasn't thinking along those lines, but that makes perfect sense. We need to keep the rates as low as we possibly can for the public, and we owe that to the public, in my opinion. So thank you for mentioning that, and I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
I just want to add, yes, I do want to keep the rates low. That's certainly a motivation, but beyond that, we have a lot of projects, and the SGM asset inventory brings up even more that we need to look at, and those projects are, without a doubt, completely within enterprise fund, and that's where that money has to come from. And if we're spending that money on salaries that we can argue should be coming from a different part of the budget, we've got to keep those funds available for these projects. We've got deferred maintenance and a lot coming up.
Yes, Trustee.
Well, I just did some back of the napkin stuff, and I thought, as far as administration goes, a town administrator could be 30% under administration, finance 25%, the clerk 30%, the deputy clerk 30%. So those are just some numbers that made sense to me that would be pulling money out of the enterprise funds and putting them under administration, like Trustee Patterson's suggesting. But, you know, I was really suspect when I looked at this 5% in administration and 1% in building. There's nothing under law. There's a lot of interface between the town administrator and our lawyer. So, you know, these are some of the things I'm looking at.
And for clarification, that's police department, not lawyer.
Oh.
That's why none was allocated for mine, because I had no oversight or interaction with the police department.
But it'll change when we hire a chief.
Correct.
Okay, other comments? Yeah, Trustee Mack.
I don't want to completely change the subject, but I have noticed that benefits are going up really sharply. Like, so I know benefits are probably a necessity to draw people to a job and to keep people in a job, but the benefits just seem incredibly high. I mean, a $73,000 wage with a $30,000 benefits package that's a lot of benefits. So
It is, but that's not an increase from 2021. There is one role where the benefits changed substantially from 2021 to 2022, and that's the role of the chief of police. That's the only one, if you do a direct comparison. Which, again, it would be really helpful, and I think Trustee Knudsen mentioned this earlier, to have a year-over-year comparison, because what I did is build one myself, and it's helpful for me to look at, but that doesn't really help the rest of the board or the public to understand what we did last year versus what's being proposed this year. So I feel like that would be a really useful piece of information as we're making these decisions.
Other comments, questions? Yes.
Just one last piece of research. I did call Cedar Edge to ask them the staffing of their police department, looking at them as a similar town. They actually have 8 people overall. They have a chief, a sergeant, 3 officers, 2 officers vacant, and an admin records person. All those are full-time for the police department there. So I just wanted to throw that out because ours is pretty thin compared to that.
We have 7 full-time positions in ours, so.
Yes, I believe it does include the clerk, because
That-
she's on that,
No,
It-
that doesn't. That includes chief, sergeant,
and 4 officers.
4 officers, and the judge.
Oh, well, yeah.
So, okay, 6
Yeah.
full-time positions plus the judge.
It just seemed like 6 officers, that seemed like a lot, and I wanted to look at another town.
Gotcha.
All right, anything else? All right, seeing none, we have a few minutes.
This is coming back, right? This is not the last time
Oh,
we're going to
no,
talk
this
about
is absolutely not the last time we're going to see this.
Okay, I don't want to take up all the time for public comment, so I'm going
Right.
to stop there, and assuming there will be further discussion on this.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I would like to give a few minutes for public comment, but we do need to take a break between now and the beginning of the board meeting. So if anybody wants to speak, please try and be succinct in your comments. So, anyone from the public? Let's start over here. Ms. Smith. I know, I smell smoke too. Barbecue,
Hopefully
I hope.
this works. I think moving forward should help.
Yeah.
So I just have a recommendation for the future work sessions. I think it might help if you include the calendar of work sessions that are being scheduled, because you do have a fiduciary, or not fiduciary, you have to get done by a certain time,
Right.
so we need to kind of keep that in mind. So I'm really confused as to what was presented on page 8 as the new positions, and what is on the table on page 27. I don't see an administration assistant on the any of the lists. I only see a clerk. So you just said that this is not a clerk. So
Correct.
could
it-
you reconcile?
Which is what we said we will do based on, this is historic positions with the town, and we will do one that's based on the actual positions that are held currently and that are being proposed for the next budget session.
And that would help, but it's just you're using different terminology, including. But I also wonder, why is the clerk here and showing current at 3375, budget 34? Why do we even have a clerk in here if there's not a clerk?
I'm the clerk, and we've historically included the information so the board could see what the salaries are if the positions were separated.
Okay, so you are going to add an administration assistant to this list under admin?
It would take the position that is the clerk, because we're going to provide actual instead, so it will show the administration clerk, and the proposed positions will be included, marked as the new positions.
I still don't understand. Is there going to be a clerk?
Me.
You said, okay.
I'll
Anyway,
try to rephrase.
Please.
I hold a dual position, administrator, clerk position, as the statute definition of
Right.
what the municipal clerk position is. We have proposed hiring an administrator assistant. That position, we would anticipate would financially be similar to a clerk salary. What
Okay.
they have in front of them is what we've had historically and what it would cost the town if we were to separate the positions. If we separated the position, my assumptions would probably be that they may not need an administrative assistant if we had another position, whether it was a clerk or an administrator.
okay, I know it's just wordsmithing here, but I want to make sure that you all understand that Corinne's contract requires her to be the administrator and the clerk.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think you need to change the terminology here, because it sounds like you're hiring a clerk, and if you're hiring a clerk, you're negating her contract. I don't think that's what you're doing, but I have no idea what you're doing. So please clarify, and that's a lot of money to be spent for an administrative assistant if that's the finance is going with this administrative assistant. So let me just put that out there. And then the other question I had was, the fella who, not the fella, the job description right now that's on the webpage does not have any salary associated with it. Therefore, I could not figure out which position is on the table on page 27. Is that a Public Works support? So if you could clarify that and use the same terminology, because the position is what, class 3, level 3, something or other, which there is no level 3 any of that here. So and the fact that you have a job announcement without any salary range is kind of a problem, I would think. So just another comment. And lastly, when you said that the board had recommended that you needed help, and Trustee Pattison said, no, we have not done that. I just want to point out, this is the last thing on the agenda tonight, but in your 6-month evaluation of Corinne, you say the board needs to budget for more help in administration. So I just want to point out that this sounds like you did this at your executive session on July 27th. That's the only thing I can deduct from that, because it's never been a public discussion, which violates the Open Meetings Act. And I'll bring up more about that at the end of the evening. Thank you.
All right. We're going to take one more comment. I'm sorry, but we really do need to take a break. So, yes, ma'am. Okay, so press the big gray button. Thank you.
I'm Kathy Edwards. I live at 12 First Street in Paonia. First, I'd like to make a comment that these empty chairs here speak volumes to me as to a citizen being heard. I believe people get up and walk out of meetings. They're not being heard. They don't get the idea that they are being heard. I have a lot of issues myself with this proposed budget. This has been very difficult to follow and means nothing, basically. I would like to have citizens have more time on the floor. And none of the senior citizen issues are being addressed with these increases in salaries, et cetera. Okay, I'd like to know who's accountable for all these budget proposals, grants, and follow-up on this. I just feel like nobody has some accountability. You created 2 new jobs without a job description. I don't get it. How can you put together a budget with a salary if you don't have a job description?
And I'm happy to follow up on that, but that is not accurate. The positions that we're proposing for 2022 have a job description. They're not open positions currently that are being advertised.
Okay, I did my own research on salaries on small towns versus Paonias. We're way out of line. The median town clerk position in Colorado is $45,000. I am willing to identify where I get my information, but I just don't see these increases for a town this tiny. You are getting salaries that are based, let's see, in Denver, Colorado, the admin person for over 700,000 people is making $90,000. How are you comparing salaries here against 750,000 people? I'd really like to know that.
Okay, well, I can just give one piece of information that I know personally. My sister was hired as the town administrator for Avon, Colorado. That was 4 years ago. Her starting salary was $250,000 for the town of Avon. And that's just from personal experience. That's one town in Colorado.
But
that
that's a very
isn't that
rich
big.
town.
Mr. Knudsen?
Yeah, I understand the question about this. So I think what's fair is for Karen and I as the finance committee, we have a salary survey that was done for us by staff. And I'd be glad to share that with you so you can look at the towns we compared to, the population size, the budget size, those types of things. So Kathy, I'd be glad to go over that with you or any member of the public at any time. We could even post it if you want to see it.
I appreciate that, Dave. Thank you.
And
Okay.
I wanted to add for additional clarification, it actually was prepared primarily by CML
Right.
and given to staff and
Right.
provided to finance.
So that's the Colorado Municipal League, that
Okay.
liaison.
I
All
had
right,
seen-
Kathy, I hate to cut you off, but we really do need to take a break. So you can, 2 more minutes, okay?
All right. Just to specifically address Corinne, whom I like very much, are you being paid 2 salaries for the position you're doing? Just need clarification. Okay, good. Who is our grant writer?
We don't have an official grant writer.
Okay.
We have no speaking from the floor unless you're recognized. We have had volunteer grant writers. I have done grant writing, and we have not had a grant writer since we had a Volunteer of America guy, or AmeriCorps, whatever it was, who was serving partially with us and partially with the Creative Coalition. And that was, what, a couple years ago?
Yes. And also for clarification, at the time that the board approached about me taking this position, I made it very clear to the board that I am not a grant writer. And that is not something that I am familiar with or have experience in, and would not be able to fulfill that as an administrator, and the board was aware of that.
And do we need a grant writer, would be my question.
I
believe
would
we
think
do.
it's absolutely necessary. In the SGM report, at the end of the sections, they say, here's where you can get money. And all of those are grant possibilities. We have a grant possibility for being able to, what's this one? Damn it.
Trees?
Well, the brownfields, we got that grant. So now we have so that's going to go over to Twin Lakes and make sure that that is a developable piece of property, and it doesn't need further remediation because it was the sewer ponds. We are looking at other grants for the water system. We can look at grants for the wastewater system. With what we have, looking at the SGM study, what we need to address is going to absolutely require grants. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, I'm sorry to jump in on this, but I do feel like this is a bit of unclear information from the board. It is in the administrator's contract that the administrator develops and supervises grant applications and awards. Whatever was agreed to verbally, this is the written contract that was signed between the administrator and the board. So I do think it's important to be clear about that, and if we need to change that, that is something that we can discuss, but that's in writing.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to have to bring this to a close so that we can have at least a very short break between now and the start of the next meeting. So thank you very much, and I encourage you to come
One more
back.
thing? It's a brief one.
We have 4 minutes at this point before our next meeting begins, and some people have not had dinner, and so we really do need to allow the board to at least grab a bite to eat.
I'll say goodbye, and my next question is regarding marijuana tax.
Okay, thank
for
you.
the future.
All right, this work session is adjourned. We will be back in 4 minutes. Thank you.
Trustee Mack,
Here.
Trustee Patterson,
Here.
Mayor Bachman.
Here, all right, we have a quorum and we can continue. First thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to that effect?
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Yeah, we had a discussion at a recent meeting that I just want to bring up again, and it was that if the board moves to put something on the agenda and it's not added to the agenda, then it would be reported why it wasn't added to the agenda.
And I was going to do that during the mayor's report.
And I do understand that's part of the plan, and I appreciate that. At the same time, it's hitting me a little weird because I feel like the board moved to put something on the agenda. Okay, so maybe there's a reason we're not ready to discuss it yet, but I think that that should be a board decision. So my preference would be to still have it listed on the agenda, and then at the approval of the agenda, the mayor, the staff, another board member could say, I move that we table this to another meeting for this reason. That way there's still the potential to discuss it if the board doesn't agree with tabling it. And without going through, I know that's a little more time consuming, but without going through that process, then it essentially removes the board's option to discuss that agenda item tonight. Does that make sense? Okay.
So what does the board think about that?
I believe that if the board presents something that they want on the next agenda, they should be taken seriously, and it should be on the next agenda. Because it necessarily, we've weighed the fact that it should be on the agenda. There's everything else can wait, but everything else comes before the board wants and needs, and I think that should be changed.
Trustee Johnson?
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree with both Trustee Pattison and Trustee Bear on that position. I think if it's something that the board thinks is important, it should be put on the agenda, and then we can vote to table that or whatever.
Trustee Knutson?
Well, things change and extenuating circumstances happen, so I think the board deserves at least an explanation about why it wasn't on the agenda if it doesn't appear on the agenda. So maybe on the agenda, that before we approve agenda, we get those explanations about why it's not, and then it wouldn't be such an issue.
Trustee Pattison?
I just want to clarify, my suggestion is that we leave it on the agenda, but it may absolutely be the mayor and the administrator or another trustee's position that when we get to this time right now, the approval of the agenda, they would make a statement saying, I move we table this to another time. And what that does is still leaves the authority with the board to say, no, we disagree, we want to talk about it tonight. Without putting it on the agenda, that's not even an option.
Okay. Taken, note taken, and they will be included on the agenda as items from now on. Okay. So we have any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Next on is announcements. Yes, Trustee Johnson.
I've been asked to speak at the Stand at the Summit meeting this Thursday at McClure Pass. This is a meeting for conservation organizations in the North Fork and Roaring Fork valleys to work together for the protection of the wildlife corridors, clean air, trees, water, scenic beauty, recreation, hunting, and fishing, and other resources that join our valleys together. They're asking for the support of all towns like Paonia that play an important part of the valleys. I feel it's really important to show the support, and I'm asking the board if I may represent us at this meeting.
Okay. Is there any objection from anyone on the board? Yes, Trustee Pattison.
So personally, I support this very much. As a board, we've had requests like this in the past, and what we've stated is that if there's going to be a public statement, it needs to be presented to the board for approval before we say, yes, as a board, this can be said on our behalf. So, yeah, I personally support this very strongly, and I appreciate Trustee Johnson and what you're doing. But that would, approving this would not be consistent with our prior decision-making on similar requests. Thanks.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion to change this?
Well, I'd like to say that I do concur. That's been our policy with Michelle's position. To the extent that Mr. Johnson wants to speak, I say go ahead. But to formally represent the town, that we need to have a statement that we've all participated in preparation.
Trustee Knutson?
I think the trustee would be free to be able to speak as an individual trustee and not representing the board itself. And I think that's what we've said before, and that's consistent with our policy. I do support what you're trying to do, and I wish I was here for it, but I'll be out of town. So I'm really glad that you're willing to step up for that, but I think it has to be really clear, as Trustee Patterson and Bear said, that you preface your remarks by, this is my own position as an individual trustee.
Is that Mr. Johnson? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's very clear, and I will do that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I have a couple of announcements, and they're recognition of citizen efforts. I would like to recognize Joe and Tracy Mock, who have been taking it upon themselves to go down to the intersection of 5th and Grand and shepherd students across that intersection, which has become a very dangerous intersection since they moved the K-8. They volunteered to do this on their own time twice a day. And Dory and Beth Hune has stepped up and helped them when they haven't been able to do that. So I think those citizens really need a pat on the back for helping to keep our kids safe. And then the other thing is the group of women who have been out working on the side of Town Hall to beautify the side of Town Hall. And that is Bonnie Eisenberg, Susan Capps, Lynn Howe, Elaine Brett, and Eileen Kevney. And they've been out there, it's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks now. Every weekend they're out there working. And I think they've done a beautiful job with making the side of Town Hall look nice. All right, any further announcements? Yes, Trustee Knutson.
I'm trying to find my press release, but the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission just announced a $2 million fine against one of the gas companies. It's on their website. I wish I could pull it up right now, but I wanted citizens to know what our Colorado Oil and Gas Commission is doing on our behalf. It was a fine for not complying with the kind of reporting and with the maintenance of their wells, so it was a pretty serious issue, and they're working on remediation now.
Was this near us by chance?
No, it was not.
Any other announcements? Yes, Michelle Patterson.
I will not be able to attend the next meeting, and so I just wanted to let the board know in advance, the first meeting in October. And a secondary, not at all related to that, but another sort of announcement. It's been about a year since we looked at our goals and objectives that we set out at a retreat. And as I mentioned in the work session, I think it's time for us to dust that off, take another look, see how we're doing, and what our goals and objectives will actually be for 2022. So I'd like to propose that we hold a follow-up workshop to discuss that further.
I was just going to suggest the same thing, is that maybe we have another retreat and we look at this again and have a facilitator come in and help us, guide us through this process. And maybe, I don't know that we will have time to really do that before the end of the year, but to schedule it maybe very early in 2022. Yes.
Michelle reminded me that I'll be gone during October, and I've asked for a leave of absence for no pay that month, but we will be out of town for them.
Right. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
And I do understand our time is tight. I would ask that at least the goals and objectives that we set last year be included in the next packet, because I think it's very relevant to our budget discussions, even if we don't have time to hold another retreat to update that.
All right, do I get a motion?
I move that we include the final document of goals and retreats, or goals and objectives from the last retreat in our next packet.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Further discussion from the board? Okay, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. All right, anything else in announcements? All right, seeing none, let's move on to recognition of visitors and guests. I would like to quickly reiterate the rules for speaking at a public meeting. You need to be recognized by the chair before speaking. This means raising your hand. You come to the podium, you state your name and your street address, or not your street address, just your street. And then you go ahead with your comments. No side conversations, please. It's very disrespectful. Any information you bring should be factual, and that, no profanity, no disrespecting staff or board members. All right. So, who would like to speak tonight? Ms. Watson. And this is again for anything item that is not on the agenda.
Suzanne Watson, and I live in town. I want to point out in your budget, in the positions, there's no building inspector. Last year, you guys, there was lengthy discussion about this with the community, and you asked the town administrator to start the process of hiring a new building inspector. And I believe this is incredibly disrespectful that she has not even included it in the budget as a part-time position. I want to remind you that in Cedar Edge, Colorado, over the last 3 or 4 years, they've budgeted $11,000 to $13,000 for this part-time position. Paonia, on the other hand, is paying, well, the citizens are completely paying this private California corporation between $28,000 and $50,000. That's what we've spent in building inspectors per year over the last several years. This is really a serious issue, and it absolutely needs to be added as a position on the agenda, on the budget, and I don't understand why it's being ignored. That being said, you were talking about the condition of the parks, looking a lot nicer, and I want to point out to you, you guys, your Public Works finally got the water flowing. It was not being watered over the last several years. The water is gushing down the hillside now. I live right next to that ditch. So it's not a mechanism of just people working in the park. There's finally water going to the park and a sprinkler system that probably works a lot better. I do believe you should look at contracting that out, or at least seeing what it would cost. And other than that, I'd like to see exactly how much it has cost the town to take on the parks with employees, because the board was told when that contract was canceled that it was going to be cheaper for the town to do it in-house. And I'd like to know, is it really cheaper? I think we really need to investigate that and do a mini audit on the parks. And that being said, I was really disappointed not to see the Zoning Board of Adjustment issue on the agenda. I don't think it's something you can finagle behind the scenes. It's something that we have an ordinance that was not followed that needs to be addressed. There's a planning commission training in Delta. I'm assuming it's on October 28th is what I hear. And the Zoning Board of Adjustment should be part of that. I would like to know what the town administrator thinks, or the board thinks, the Zoning Board of Adjustment does. What is the role and the function of the Zoning Board of Adjustment? I'm wondering if you could just quickly answer that for me right now. Okay. No one has an answer?
We will address it later, Suzanne.
Okay. I feel there's a level of ignorance here, and I think we need to look at that and invite the Zoning Board of Adjustment to that training. It's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue. And the comments I have are regarding the 2 million gallon tank and the altitude valve that are going to be part of the ARPA grant. And at the water advisory meeting, Travis mentioned that an RFP has gone out for engineering on the 2 million gallon tank. And I'd like to ask you all to make a motion to use that RFP as the first place to start your transparency with this grant. Make that available to the public and maybe set a place on the town website where everything having to do with the ARPA grant is available for us to see. The RFP, after the bids are over, the bids that came in, and how the money is being spent, et cetera. And with that in mind, I was just curious, nobody has mentioned how much it costs for an altitude valve. Is that a standard amount of money?
It's approximately 50,000.
Thank you. And I asked because that tells us how much we have left in the ARPA grant, that we can go to the 2 million gallon tank. And then I would hope that you would start discussing how much more money do we have available for that tank, since it could be about $1 million. So hopefully that'll come up at another meeting. But I would appreciate a motion to initiate the transparency with this grant, with this first action associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes. Okay, press the gray button. Perfect.
That's a red light. I thought it was.
Well.
I'm confused. Karen Fogg, Delta Avenue. The population of Paonia is either down or about the same as it was 10 years ago. I do not understand why we have more staff now than 10 years ago. That tells a big story to me about administration. So that is my concern. We don't need any more staff, period.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Bruner.
Yeah, Bill Bruner, Paonia. I have a couple of things. One that's kind of hanging still is I had inquired if the daily flow logs that I had queried a couple of years ago about the flow through the water treatment plant during that water emergency were, and then supplied to the town more recently, if they were included in the information conveyed to JDS Hydro for their study. I asked this a while ago and I've never received an answer. Will I ever get one?
Yes, they were conveyed to JDS Hydro, and that is where we found out that the computer and the actual meters were not reading correctly. And
okay, and that was the original data transfer to JDS Hydro.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you. The other thing I want to speak about right now is that I've got a couple of citizens' initiatives that I've been working on and discussed with the board. I've handed in 4 copies of these 2 initiatives over the last 5 or 6 weeks that have all gone missing. The statute gives the town 5 days to turn them around, and the town's involvement in them is quite minimal. I don't understand why the 5 days is stretched into over a month. In any case, here are what I hope are final versions going to the clerk now. I think you can ignore any previous copies. I keep changing them as we go. So here they go. And I'm very disappointed that there isn't some general discussion of these initiatives on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to staff
Madam Mayor,
reports. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Pasley.
Can we have an opportunity to
Yes.
respond? So I actually have a question for Attorney Nerlin. Is there any reason we can't make all of our RFPs available to the public and post them on the website?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's a first impression, but an RFP is distributed to the public. So the concept is that once it goes out to everybody. And I don't see, I mean, I don't know what the mechanism is. I'd have to talk to the clerk, but it's pretty common that RFPs are posted on town websites.
So I would move that we post the RFP for the 2 million gallon water tank engineering to the website, as well as all future RFPs issued by the town.
So that's a motion? Yes. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Anything from the public? Okay, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Yes, Mr. Knutson.
A second aspect came up about grant administration and where the money is going for grant administration. And it seems like when we have a grant, having updates, financial reports that just show this is the grant, this is where the money has been spent would be helpful. And I think that's what was asked for by the public.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that financial reports include accounting of grant funds by expenditures.
Okay, do I hear a second? Second. Further discussion on that?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
I made a motion that we include financial reports that have grant monies available and the expenditures in those grant monies.
And that would be in all financial reports?
Be in our monthly report.
Monthly financial reports. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on this from the board? Okay, seeing none. Anything from the public? Okay, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That motion passes. All right, anything else? All right, let's move on then to staff reports, town administrator's report. Corinne?
I included a written report in the packet, also for additional clarification, and just want to provide to the board. I believe I reported this out once, only verbally. It wasn't in a written report. That since the question was brought to the board about the expenditures for beverages at Town Hall, and the board direction was provided that the town attorney provide an opinion, staff has not purchased any beverages or anything, or coffee. Those are the only things we purchase, coffee and beverages in the refrigerator, using town funds until such a time through the updated purchasing policy, the board provides direction on that. So I just want to make sure that that was very clear to the board and to the public that no funds have been expended since the initial discussion was broached with the council on whether that was an appropriate use of funds.
Questions for the town administrator from the board? Yes, Mr.
Well, I just
Knudsen.
wanted to commend the staff for just automatically just making that pivot. And I think it was really important as far as a response to the public. And I'm just glad to see that that was done. I looked at the federal requirements because I could have been wrong on this. And so I asked a federal employee, and it turns out they cannot go to any training. They have to go out on their own and get their, it was surprising to me that it was that tight in the federal government, that they couldn't even have soda or coffee at their training events. They had to go out and purchase them themselves. I asked Robbie LaValle about that, and the practice down at the Delta County was that she feels it's not worth the issue and that it's better that the employees pitch in and buy that. She pays for some of it herself.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
A couple, but specific to that, that brings up the purchasing policy, which was under review by the Finance Committee, which no longer exists. So I think we need to get that on an upcoming agenda.
Right.
And maybe the draft version can be included. I would move that we add the purchasing policy to an upcoming agenda and include the latest draft of that for discussion.
And do you want that on the next agenda, or can it get pushed back?
I think the sooner we can address it, the sooner the staff has direction. But I also know that we have very full agendas coming up, so I would leave that. I would leave that to the board, or to you, or the staff, depending on how quickly they need some answers from us on this.
Well, and I have a suggestion, since we're going to be missing two board members at the next meeting that it definitely is not on the agenda for the next board meeting. And that may be the second meeting in October, or maybe even wait until Trustee Knudsen gets back and have it the first meeting in November, so that we have a full board to discuss this, being that Trustee Knudsen was one of the ones who was putting together this policy.
I'd appreciate that, thank you.
That makes sense. I'd like to see us put it at a date certain so it doesn't just drop off, but to put it on the agenda, where are we at? Can I modify my motion? Can I rescind my motion and modify it at this point?
Well, we haven't really done anything with your motion yet, so if you want to go ahead and reword your motion at this point in time.
Yeah, there's not a second. So
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am modifying my motion that we put the purchasing policy on the agenda for the first meeting in November and include the latest draft that's available for discussion.
Great. All right. Any further discussion from the board? All right. Seeing none, anything from the public? All right. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That motion passes. All right. Other questions for the town administrator? Yes, Ms. Mack.
3A, 3 locations, 4 licenses have been received and reviewed regarding marijuana establishments. Will we have a chance to review those before we meet for those public hearings?
They typically are provided in a packet form for the meeting. Yes, you will receive them all.
3B, I'd like to make sure that a trustee is at the bid opening for the WSCC Nature Connection Bridge project. So if we could make sure that somebody is notified before that. I don't know if you know the time and date off the top of your head. Usually I can't be there because of job, but.
I don't, but I will make sure to provide that information.
Would you like to nominate somebody to be there, Tammy?
I would nominate.
Okay.
I would just say the only problem with that is not providing the date and time certain, the availability.
Right, okay.
I would
Well,
like to see Mr. Bear.
Okay. Yes.
I would like to know if the Advisory Water Committee can get the information that you have sent to JDS Hydro.
What do you mean?
It says the first full month of data collection.
What number are you looking at?
Oh, 6B, I'm sorry.
So it hasn't been yet because September is the first full month. So yes, that when I provide the information, I will include the committee.
Thank you. And that might be it. Okay, and 12B, in the absence of town administrator, the public works director operates in the daily oversight capacity. I can find nothing in the zoning or in our board code that states this. Where is this stated?
I know that it is in an ordinance and has been done historically. I'll have to look for the ordinance.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Other questions? Yes, Trustee Knudsen.
This is more a question for our water board. If they could give us some priorities for what they think is really important in the next year. They've got JDS Hydro and now SGM to look at, and it'd be really good to hear from them about what they think are highest priorities. Thank you.
So we did meet last week. I have not had time to sit down and work on that, but that is something I will be presenting to the board along with a list of priorities to Mr. Loberg and to the board. We did discuss quite a bit about getting direction from the board, so engaging the board in what we're doing rather than just getting a nod and saying, okay, go ahead. So that was a big part of the discussion. I do hope to have something more to report for the next meeting.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, so on 1A, what is the unprotected infrastructure list?
That was information provided to me from the meeting I was absent from, that the board had requested a list of the infrastructure that is, that we, I think my terminology was not correct in the report when I was typing. It's the list of infrastructure staff believes needs to be protected, and that's the infrastructure that's redacted when we publish maps and other information. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. And 2A, so you're following up on the language for the fund balance financial policy, and this is one of those things that we had voted to put on the agenda. And in this case, I would say we should table it because I was wrong about this, and I want to apologize to the board about that. I thought we had approved the fund balance financial policy when we reviewed it in May, and we didn't. We sent it back for further revision. I would like to know if there's a date certain that we should expect an update, because that was several months ago. But that was my bad for pushing, and I want to apologize to staff for pushing so hard on that because I thought it was something we had adopted and I was wrong. So thank you. Thank you for the correction on that. And then 4A, again, this is completion of the master plan is part of the job description of the administrator. So I think we need to talk more about that before we add in a role or a consultant or a position that takes over what we have in writing as part of the administrator's responsibilities. And again, I'm saying we can make changes to that and we can revise the contract, but I think we need to be clear about that and make sure that we're consistent. So that's just a comment. And then on 6B, that first 3-month set of data, I believe that the board voted that should not only go to the water committee, but that should actually be included in a packet and available at the meeting when that data is provided to JDS Hydro. So I want to make sure that that's clear and that that's going to be public and included in that packet in somewhere between November and January. Okay. 9B talks about the Quora request and that a simple request takes 45 minutes to an hour. I'd just like more information on what constitutes a simple request. It's not clear to me what that, like, how do you differentiate between a simple request and a complex request?
It's based on the access to the document and the size of the request. So a simple request, maybe if we receive a Quora, I receive it, I date and time it, I then, of course, read it, and if it's something that's easily accessible, so contracts or something we have in a vault that I can go pull from the vault, make the copies, acknowledge receipt of the Quora, acknowledge that the Quora has been filled, that takes about 45 minutes to an hour. That's a simple request. Larger requests that are comprised of multiple data sets or old data that require us to go and start looking through boxes and storage would be a more complex request. And so the intent to provide that information to the board, my intent is to use the last few years and use that as the basis for the data on the time that it took, the size, cost associated, and provide that sheet, which I had already started compiling to the board at the next meeting.
Thank you, that's helpful. On 11B, the letter of interest request for the treasurer's position, the board voted at the last meeting to get a job description for this role, and I'd like to see that we have a job description in place before we're actually soliciting for jobs. And I think, I know another trustee mentioned that earlier when we were talking about in the work session, I don't remember, but it'd be nice to have the job description before we're soliciting, because otherwise how do people even know what we're expecting of them? And then on 12B, that the public works director takes daily oversight capacity, that's of all departments?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. To me, this is something that would be a board decision because we're talking about the town administrator role that reports directly to the board. Personally, I would suggest that department heads report directly to the board in that case, and that someone within the administrative department could be identified as the key person for that department. I think the public works director doesn't necessarily know what's going on in administration and might not be the appropriate person to oversee that entire department, on top of all of that person's regular job duties. So I think in most cases, hopefully the departments are functioning under the supervision of the department head and don't need daily supervision. But if they do need to come to the board, they could always request an emergency meeting. So I would like for us to revisit that structure.
Well, I think we need to find the ordinance where it was written up first and look at it and see what is written and what has been passed by previous boards before we go to amend something.
It's a very good point, and I agree with that. So I would move that we get a copy of that ordinance in a packet before the end of the year so that the board can review it and consider any changes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board? Okay, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. Anything else, Trustee Patterson?
Is there any kind of timeline regarding communication with the city of Delta on the shared building department?
Proposals being drafted currently that will be before the board. I don't have a date certain on when I anticipate the receipt of that, but I've been in communication with their town manager this week, and she is, they are leading the draft on that.
Okay, so we're waiting for the city of Delta to do their piece before we can move forward. That's what I'm hearing.
Correct, because
Okay.
it will be a shared cost, and so they are doing the initial draft that Paonia and Cedar Ridge would be then looking at with the data that we provided on what we gave them a 5-year of what we've expended and what we've received in revenues, and that is the basis that they're using.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, seeing none, anything for the public? Yes, Ms. Watson.
Suzanne Watson. I want to speak to what I just heard about the building department. How many years has Colorado Code been working for this town? 5 years? 6 years?
No, I believe this
4?
maybe 3.
When Ken Knight, okay. So I'm a little concerned if we're basing the cost of a building department on a private corporation charging us, because what the town would be charging would be half. Building safety should not be a moneymaker for the town. It's safety, it's code enforcement, it's safety. It's not a moneymaker. It should not be profit-based. So I don't.
Excuse me, I don't want
Okay.
to interrupt, but I wanted to clarify that this is an opportunity to answer questions about my administrator's
Yeah,
report.
okay, so you were talking about that. So what I'm
Yes.
concerned about is this information that you've submitted, and actually I'd like to get a copy of that.
The city of
So I'll
Delta-
put a core request in
The
for
city of
that.
Delta is aware that we have a contract and
Okay.
and we provided 5 years of data, so they also have
The
a period of time prior to a contract.
Okay, and then aside from that, I want to talk about the treasurer position. I think it's really important to see what the statutory requirement for a treasurer is. I don't think Ross King was performing the treasurer's duties as prescribed by state statute, and it could be actually a job that's a little bit more involved than what we've had as this kind of figurehead character. And I'm wondering if it's something, state statute requires us to have an attorney, requires us to have a judge, and those are all positions that we pay professional salaries for. And I'm wondering if we want someone to be the treasurer that actually could take a little bit of a load off Cindy and share that position a bit. You might want to look at if they deserve some sort of a salary to get someone who's actually knowledgeable and willing to fulfill the duties to the letter of the state statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. In the last few months, there's been 7 people that have resigned. Bo Nerlin, Treasurer Ross King, Chief Ferguson, Bruce Berger from the Police Department, Tiffany Patterson, Joanne, the admin from the police, and just recently, or I found out, Public Works, Jordan Redden. So I'm wondering what's going on, who is doing their exit interviews, and will the public know? Like, and is that important to know when you are hiring for these positions? So it's a concern. That's a lot of people to lose in 4 months, so wonder what's up with that. SGM, I read that asset inventory. Wow, what a study. It's incredible. And I was wondering where the regular inventory is.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't believe that this is connected to the
Oh,
administrator's
right, we are
report.
not on.
Oh, yeah, it,
Where?
to the administrator report?
Yeah,
The SGM?
is not on the
Well,
administrator's
it is
report.
because I believe it was something that was asked for that wasn't given. So, and that's the regular inventory of all the, just like the computers and the, and I really do think that the board asked for that, no?
No.
No,
Okay.
no. Okay, thank you.
And the staffing also was not included in my
Right.
report, but exit interviews for staff are done by department heads or dependent on if an
Statute on the master plan, doesn't that fall under the purview of the zoning and planning commission?
They have review of it.
Well, the state statute says it's their job to do it. And so I just don't understand why the administrator's
Okay,
tasked
again,
with it.
I don't know that this is related to
Right.
the administrator's report.
We should
Correct.
refer to it in the report.
So, let me,
Sorry.
So you are
I
correct in
don't
that there is a public hearing wherein the planning commission needs to approve the
Right.
master plan.
They
Now,
don't
that's
want it.
usually one component of the master plan
Right.
process.
Yes.
Okay, well, I was on the planning commission during the last master plan, and it was done by the planning commission, not by the board.
So the planning commission did all the public
Planning- yes.
meetings and
Yes.
all the rest of that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, there are many ways to do it, and
Okay.
that is only one.
All right, well, I just think you've got an overburdened administrator, and I just want to point out that statutory requirement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, seeing none, let's move on to town attorney report. Mr. Nerlin.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the things that I wanted to hit upon with respect to my report is there's a paragraph regarding the citizens referendum, and this goes somewhat to, I believe, the comments that were made during the public comment period by Mr. Brunner. I was directed by the board to undertake some research to see if there was any other municipalities that undertake or have a process that's different than the citizens referendum report process in an effort to challenge a decision, or excuse me, not a decision, but an ordinance adopted by the Board of Trustees. I did a survey of about a dozen municipalities that I feel like would be representative or somewhat akin to representation of the town of Paonia. I didn't see anything that was absent the referendum process, but for the fact that one, under Title 31, which is the process that the town would follow now, both for an initiative and a referendum, and it is the process that we followed for the water moratorium initiative, that's guidance only. So to the extent that the trustees wanted to adopt something that either had a set threshold in terms of numbers of persons versus, say, the 5% that's included in the statute, or some additional clarification, there could be an ordinance that would be added to the municipal code if you wanted to do that. And then I digress a little bit, but the town of Ophir has a general assembly wherein all of the members of the town are also members of the board. So that would be somewhat, that is a little bit different, but they're both home rule, so you'd have to go through the home rule charter process, and they're 180 people, so probably a little bit, they're substantially smaller.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Attorney Nerlin on his report? Okay, Trustee Patterson?
Yeah, so if I'm reading this correctly, the statute gives us guidance on what they suggest for citizen initiatives and for referendums and other things related to municipalities, but we're not required to follow those, and we can set our own rules that override their rules if we choose to do so.
That's correct. So like one of the things that came to mind for me was it's 5% of the registered electors. That's a floating number, and maybe it's easier to say 200 signatures or whatever, something that is more tangible. The other thing that I think would be good to highlight is it's in the statute, but it might be helpful for somebody that's going through that process. There's always the ability if a referendum or mainly a referendum is meets the requirements for signatures and is brought back to the board can say, okay, hey, let's go ahead and modify a statute that maybe strikes out the provision that the public is concerned with, or let's rescind it, or let's put it to the voters. And if we're putting it to the voters, it's going to be tabled. It's not going to be enacted until after the election. So I mean, those are some areas where you might want to look at. If the board was going to look at this, there's potential for clarification.
I have a question on that very issue as well. So in Mr. Bruner's Citizens Initiative, he talks about taking it to municipal court. Is there any kind of preference or precedence for doing that? And is it even a legal process?
I didn't see anything, my goal or the direction that I received was to do some research in terms of if there's something that is outside of the referendum process. I didn't come across anything independently. The question that I'm really kind of struggling with is, one, as a statutory town, I don't necessarily believe that the municipal court has the jurisdiction to undertake review of that. But even if it did, I don't know what the standard would be for the judge to undertake that review. I mean, to me, it seems relatively difficult to kind of set forth a standard for review in terms of if somebody feels like they've been wronged or they're upset about an ordinance that's been adopted.
Thank you. Anything else for Attorney Nerlin? Yes.
From my perspective, I feel like it makes the most sense for us to stick with the recommendations of the state statute at this time. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I don't believe there's been presented any reason we shouldn't follow state statutes, or we should, and if I'm misunderstanding that, I apologize for that, but I feel like on the citizen initiative process and the referendum process, there hasn't been any suggestion that we do anything other than what's presented in the state statutes, to the best of my knowledge. So I don't really see a need to reinvent the wheel on those.
Yeah, and it was just Mr. Bruner's proposal in his initiative that the issue be brought to the municipal judge. That if someone has a problem with an ordinance, that they take it to them, be able to take it to municipal court.
As an alternative to the referendum process.
All right, Bill, why don't you come to the microphone so everybody can hear you?
The initiative includes a clause that directs the court to come up with rules and procedures so that a citizen without an attorney can have a reasonable chance of making a case before the court that either a town official has acted improperly by the ordinances, or that an ordinance is improper in itself because it's inconsistent with itself or some other part of the ordinances, or for whatever reason. And as far as the court having jurisdiction, that's an issue that I thought about quite a bit and asked for some guidance from some people that know a whole lot more than me. And they said refer to the town ordinance. And the town ordinance enacting the judge says that the judge will preside over cases about the ordinances. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. We could look it up right now and read the judge's marching orders. But I think by that statement that the judge has jurisdiction over the ordinances, if the ordinance says you can challenge the way the ordinances are administered or the ordinances themselves, that's consistent with the judge's role to administer the ordinances, to rule on the ordinances, whatever it says in the actual enabling ordinance for the judge. As far as the town changing the rules on what it takes to pass an initiative, this is a counter that I've expected, and I'm surprised it took so long to come up. Yes, you could have an ordinance that makes it, you have to have 75% of the people in town sign the petition in order to make an ordinance binding. But remember that the reason that ordinances don't take effect for 30 days is so that a citizen can initiate an initiative to block any ordinance that the town enacts. And if the town were to enact an ordinance that made it harder to do initiatives, somebody who liked doing initiatives might do an initiative to block that ordinance and in fact make it easier. So, it's give and take.
Oh, Bo, you need to think.
If you wanted to make it easier, somebody could say, no, I don't want to spend taxpayers' money with respect to lowering this threshold where you only need 5 signatures in order to prevent.
And I agree with everybody that that would be too low. That wouldn't be right. But I'm just saying that that it goes both ways on that one. And the other thing that I heard was something about the board enacting an ordinance based on an initiative that you could modify it. Well, yes, you could modify and if I understood what he said right, you could modify an initiative and pass an ordinance, but that does not satisfy the initiative. The initiative has to be enacted without modification, or it's still an initiative and it carries through on its own legal process.
Well, the petitioners could elect to withdraw.
Right, they could, yes.
Yeah,
and that's what I offered to do with this board on this initiative. If they wanted to enact something that was close enough, save me the trouble, I'm not seeing enough action on that to really feel good about that particular proposal at this time, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more.
Any other questions for Attorney Nerlin? What? Is there a citizen who would like to say? Yes, Suzanne.
As I was scrolling through the packet trying to find, and then I realized it was on the table in the back, the attorney's report. So the Zoning Board of Adjustment and Appeals is mentioned as the last item in your report. In your last report, you said it was going to be on the agenda for this meeting, and now you're saying you're working with the town clerk to further. So when is it going to be brought to the public again? I think we have a Board of Appeals by the Board of Appeals ordinance, but we don't have the Board of Adjustment. And I think it just needs to come back to the agenda because I don't think you want to spend money changing the ordinance for the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
So let me remind everybody that I have a flat fixed fee contract.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily matter.
Okay.
One way or the other. But no, you're right. This will come back for the board. I believe in my memo it was suggested that it would be at an upcoming meeting. I'm working with the clerk to get the contact information to see if there's somebody that would want to serve or be willing to serve in that alternative role in an effort to recognize that you do need a planning commission member to serve in that on the board as well.
Okay, so you're contacting the Planning Commission essentially to ask.
The members that were appointed to the Board of Adjustment, and then
Oh.
I mean both, because we need a planning commissioner that wants to sit in that role, but then we also have 5 members for 4 seats.
Okay, so are we short a Planning Commission member right now for the public? Oh, okay.
That will need to come to the Planning Commission probably at the next meeting. It will be on the agenda to see if somebody wants to serve in that position.
Okay, great. But we're down a Planning Commission member?
Oh, the Planning
Okay.
Commission is full.
Okay.
Everything. We just need somebody from the Planning Commission
Okay.
to step up to serve on the board.
And that's coming up with the dark skies ordinance that I saw somewhere. Right. Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the public on the attorney's report? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Nerlin. Let's move on to disbursements. Can I have a motion on disbursements?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we approve accounts payable in the amount of $38,780.75. The Chase credit card for $1,733.94. transfer to payroll of $25,918.60. Excuse me. Payroll taxes of $26,314.75, and the transfer from ops to cover the payroll of $25,918.60. Did I do that right, Karen?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I have a second? All right, discussion from the board? Yes, Mr. Bear.
Thank you, Mayor. First question is the Filter Tech charge for $6,781. Water plant repair, what was that?
That was that flow meter.
Is what?
Flow meter. Those are the bills where they're designing for in the state paperwork for the compliance for the lead and copper design for the pumping and all of the additional equipment that we possibly may need to put in.
So this is the engineering work necessary to add pH neutralizing chemical to our water?
pH adjustment, yes.
Okay.
Not neutralization.
Have you had discussions with SGM on perhaps sharpening your sampling procedures that maybe we could get away with not having to do this work? I realize now you're in a position where you got to do the engineering, but the actual implementation is going to be an additional cost, and it's going to be an ongoing cost. And I understand that with additional sampling properly done, you might be able to avoid this.
Yes, I've talked with SGM about proper sampling procedures on lead and copper, and right now we had to do the engineering portion of it, but we do not have to implement unless we have another failure out of the exceedance.
Well, I would encourage you on the next sampling round to pay close attention to the requirements for the sampling and not just send everybody out willy-nilly collecting samples, but to do it by the book.
Any other questions? Did you have a question? All right.
Apologies. I'm assisting in answering because the longer that I talk, the harder this gets for me. So I would like to have him to have an opportunity, and then if there needs to be any additional information, I'd be happy to answer. But I believe Public Works Director is going to say something.
Sampling is done by the book every time.
And so the additional information that I will provide is that the when we exceeded lead and copper in the winter, which we were able to assess and provided information to the board that the exceedance was primarily because samples were being pulled from exterior locations due to COVID, and that was an allowance that was made by CDPHE to allow samples pulled exterior to lessen contact and entering homes. We had the exceedance. Because of the exceedance, we are required to have an engineered plan that would be on the shelf to implement if we were to have an additional exceedance within a certain period of time. There were additional sampling that was required because of the exceedance, and that was completed and submitted. So this isn't a project, it's unfortunately an engineering project that will then sit and the board will have the numbers on, but is not a requirement for implementation from the state.
Well, that is certainly our hope, not necessarily what's going to happen.
Other questions for Mr. Loberg from the board? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Questions on disbursements? I don't have a question for Mr. Loberg, but I have questions on disbursements. Okay, thank you. All right. The 2 charges for town hall upgrade, what's that related to?
I believe that was for the landscaping out on the side.
That makes sense, thank you. And then for both the water plant repair and for the lead and copper compliance, again, these are charges that are higher than our purchasing policy allows without going through the bidding process, and I assume that we did with SGM for the engineering, but I don't know that for sure. So I wonder if when we're making purchases that are because the board has already approved the contracts, that there's some notation of that on the disbursements, because that just helps. Because right now I'm questioning a $6,000 purchase, a $7,000 purchase. I don't know that we approved contracts related to those, and I'm assuming that we did, but I might be wrong about that. So I just want to see that in here.
We can adjust and do that. And the 6,000 it wasn't a purchase, it's a repair. The 6,781, that it wasn't an item, it's a repair.
So the
parts are included, of course, but it wasn't a purchase outside of purchasing policy.
So that includes parts that were less expensive, but it also includes labor, so the purchasing policy doesn't apply?
My understanding is that the purchasing policy that requires RFPs is for the purchase of equipment and for large projects, but when there's certain entities that are the only one, Filter Tech is the only one that does the work on that system, that's our system for that water plant, those don't go through that process, no.
Okay, and sorry, last follow-up question. Do we have a contract with Filter Tech if they are the only people who can service our system?
You have an agreement with Filter Tech, yes.
Okay. I know I brought this up at a previous meeting. We already have a motion. I'll do it later. Sorry.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public on disbursements? Yes, Ms. Watson.
I would like an explanation. I think it's about the fourth down, some of the DMEA charges. There are two DMEA charges. One is for utilities for the sewer, and the other is utilities parks to the tune of $1,832.59. And this is a recurring charge every month. We're paying above $1,500 to DMEA for parks utilities, is that correct? And what exactly are the electrical utilities that are being covered in the parks for that amount? I'm confused because I don't see any DMEA charges for town hall or other town facilities other than the sewer. So it's about the fourth down and the disbursements.
Could I answer that,
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
As part of the committee, what we do is when we go through invoices, Cindy tries to allocate to all the different departments the DMEA bills, and that's what we see. She just tries to be, I don't know, she should probably just put allocated or something to it, because it doesn't all go to parks, and it doesn't all go to, what's the other one there? Sewer. It's across, is my understanding of it. It's across a number of departments, and we can show you the invoice, how it comes in. But she's allocating it to different departments based on the DMEA
So it's kind of
bills.
mislabeled
It
in the
is.
disbursements?
It is, yeah, that's true.
Okay, hopefully it gets corrected in the allocations, because that's a lot to be stabbing to the parks.
Yeah, it is. It looks a little, I'm sorry it's misleading. but
Looks a
when
little
we look-
fishy.
When we do the checks, we see the DMEA bills, we see how she allocates it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, I just want to add as well and remind the public and the board that this is a very small report, and if you go back just a few short months ago, there was no verbiage, and there was a lot of confusion and a lot of question, and so this is just an attempt to try to give some recognition and acknowledgement of what it is so that people understand it. So that's all that it is. I understand that the verbiage doesn't always make sense, and it's not going to, because it's not always going to be able to fit to be able to explain it well. But we'll continue to try to modify and rephrase. But I just want to remind the board and the community of that this is an effort to provide more information, not to trying to mislead.
Okay, and hopefully my comment will have helped you fix that and tailor it so it's more comprehensible. I don't know what the word is. Thanks.
That was the
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Yes, Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue. And first of all, I want to thank Corinne for explaining that the meeting supplies for $71.96 do not include any coffee or creamer, but it kind of begs the question, what did you buy at Don's for $71 for meeting supplies?
So again, it's listed as meeting supplies, it's town hall supplies. We buy our paper towels, toilet paper, hand soap, hand sanitizer, those items from.
Thanks. And I noticed that on the right-hand margin, you do have it under that budget item. You might just call it town hall supplies, just to get away from the connotation of the ones that alarmed me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? All right, seeing none, yes, Mr. Knudsen.
As a humorous aside, we thought we were going to start allocating toilet paper costs depending on employee use, sanitizer costs on employee use. We decided to forego that.
I was going to say, and then we have to include public use, and then there's a rationing issue, and so this could get very complicated. All right, we have a motion and a second to accept disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right,
Mayor
next
Backren.
on the agenda is the...
I'm sorry, Mayor Backren, I would like to make a motion if I may, and it's related to disbursements, but I didn't want to jump in on the
Okay.
previous motion. So I would like to move that within the next 3 months, we try to get as many of our contracts as we can on the website. We've already got a place for that in Munidocs, a specific place within that to have contracts posted. And I'd like to see all of our contracts there. And I know it's staff time, but it's also a pretty quick upload per document. And I think it should be, I think it would go a long way toward transparency and also to see which disbursements that are higher are related to existing contracts. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion to get all the contracts posted on Unidocs in the next couple of months. Do I hear a second?
I think she said in the next 3 months.
Okay, 3 months.
Yeah.
Clarification.
I'll second.
Any further discussion from the board? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I just wanted to get a just ballpark estimate of what much staff time's involved in that, and I know we have a lot of things we're asking staff to do, so I just want to be careful about. That's why I'm probably going to vote against the motion, because I'd rather know what we're approving and how that's going to impact staff time.
Well, we have a lot of contracts, and some of the contracts predate me, and so I don't have firsthand knowledge. It will require a record stig, but motion passing or not, I can state that any contracts that are current and that we're under right now that I have in my computer system and that I'm aware of, I will upload. Any contracts we enter in moving forward, the process will be to include an upload, and that I will make a concerted effort as we're pulling contracts, which we are, because we have to review them for budget, that we will make a concerted effort to start updating and uploading contracts to the Munidocs.
Thank you. That alleviates my concern.
Okay, yes, Ms. Paxton.
And I will say I'm happy with that as well. The contracts that are readily available, if they can go on now, and other contracts as they're reviewed, if they can be added, I think that will just get us in a better place moving forward.
Okay, any other discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to get all the contracts posted on the web and Munidocs within the next 3 months, caveats included. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, now let's move on to the consent agenda. The only thing we have on it is the regular minutes from the last meeting.
And for board awareness, there were 2 corrections made, one referencing my attendance at the meeting, and another that had a previous meeting vote attached to it when there wasn't a vote. It wasn't a motion and a vote. So those corrections were made.
All right, can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll move to accept the consent agenda with the changes that Ms. Ferguson has suggested.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board? Okay, discussion from the public? Yes, Ms. Smith.
H. Smith, Delta Avenue, and my comments refer to pages 105 and 106 of the packet, which are the meeting minutes from last week, 2 weeks ago. I really would request that the public comments be at least itemized, some reference to what we have been saying at these commenting periods, because it just says public comment was given. I think it'd be really helpful if you could just at least do a phrase or just a little bit of what we have brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
I'm sorry to bring it up, but there's a mistake in there. It says that during the announcements that I said I would be presenting another initiative. I did present the initiative to the mayor and the board, and I would appreciate that being corrected.
All right, anything else? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Can I ask for clarification? Does the approval include the recommended changes from the public as well?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, all
Thank
the
you.
changes
Then-
will be included.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, still voting aye?
Aye.
Okay. Nay? All right, that motion passes. Next on the agenda is the public hearing for Like to Bounce Corporation. All right. I am opening the hearing for Like Bounce Corporation, DBS Dana's Paonia liquor license application. All right, our staff has left, so we're kind of out of luck for a moment.
She will be right back.
Okay. Well, then I guess we will, everybody want to sing Kumbaya? All together now? We will wait patiently. Just out of curiosity, do we have somebody here from Like Bounce Corporation? Oh, good. All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question about that.
Pardon?
I have a question about that now.
Yeah.
If it's pertinent to the application. It says they're not within a certain distance of another establishment, and I was just wanting clarification on that. How close these places are to other liquor stores or those types of things.
Well, our staff may have the answer to that question. Well, we need to do the staff. We really do need to follow the protocol, Mr. Knudsen. So, you know what? Let's take a 5-minute recess and let the town administrator do what she needs to do to get herself back together again. Do I have a motion to take a 5-minute recess?
Motion to take a 5-minute recess.
Second?
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, 5-minute recess.
main outfall, the water distribution system, which, have you read that, the SJM report? Just cruise through it. That's over many years, but, what speaks to me is the volumes of neglect. I think it's just been ignored and been totally, I think it's terrible that we drag stuff that holds children. Not necessarily in favor of the structure that we propose. No. Yeah, no, I had a vacation this summer. We took a week off. I was supposed to go to Denver. Yes, but it worked very well because that individual was very tolerant of everything that they told us. And the entire system. Now, they don't think that's actually good. And my wife is like, but we need an individual in that type of position that has quality control. I don't think it's a good fix until we do. If we put more people in the same position, he'll touch more. Same people in charge. You just have more leadership. So, speak personally. I know they're paying us, but I gotta be here.
All right, I call this meeting back to order. Let's carry on with our public hearing. So first, next up on the protocol is staff presentation. Ms. Ferguson.
Deputy, information is provided. The applicants have met all of the requirements per statute and ordinance, and we are available to answer any questions. And Deputy Clerk Maharo, who's also learning and working on liquor licenses, will assist in answering questions.
Okay. All right. Questions for the staff? From the
Yes,
board?
without a chief of the police, who does the background checks and things like that?
That's submitted through the state, through CBI and FBI.
And Mr. Knudsen, you had a question about distances?
Yeah. I was curious, in the application, there was a checkbox around no about vicinity to other establishments. If you could just clear that up a little bit.
So the distance is 250 feet, and that's an establishment that had already a liquor license before. So it's historically had one, it's just new owners.
Well, if I'm understanding it right, it's grandfathered in?
The location, the nearest location, liquor license location, is that what you're asking for?
It's on page 113 of the packet, and it's a check mark that says, is the liquor licensed drugstore or liquor store within 3,000 feet of another retail liquor license?
So they're marked no because it's not a drugstore application.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
So to clarify, what was that 250 feet distance referencing?
The 250 feet distance is referencing the distance location to a school or a entity that is a prohibited distance based on the updated ordinance.
But this location already had a liquor license prior to any ordinance that would create that distance requirement, so it can continue to operate under state statute and all of the rules.
The location historically has had a liquor license at that location, but the location meets the statutory requirements. It's actually over 500 feet from the school. So it matches the previous, I think it was a confusion of question. I apologize, I wasn't in here for the first question. So, and the location has to be a minimum of 250 feet away from a school. It is. It actually is over 500 feet because the historical use was 500 feet. Previous licenses that were there had a 500-foot requirement, and they are over 500 feet.
Okay, thank you. And this meets the town requirement as well of the 350 feet that we put in place?
250, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right. Next up is the applicant. Would you like to come up and speak to this, please? It's already, oh, you turned it off.
All right, turned it back on. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to say, but just appreciate the opportunity to be able to create our business and give the town and community an opportunity to present local wines and fare. And yeah, we look forward to seeing all of your friendly faces and Dana. So I think that's all we have to, right, Andy? That's all we have to say. I think.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicants from the board? Yes, Ms. Mack.
This isn't necessarily a technical question, but could you just talk a little bit about why it's called Dana's Place?
Oh,
Could you tell us
sure,
about Dana?
absolutely. So our one of our good friends passed away in March, and we are just trying to honor her memory. So honestly, before she even passed away, it just seemed like we couldn't think of a name, and it seemed like the right name. She was the one that encouraged me to do this and follow my passion, and I thought it only appropriate. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay, well, I have messed up protocol. Now we're just questions, but we've already done questions, so let's go ahead and move to public comment. Would anyone from the public like to make a comment on there? Yes.
Uchi McGuire, Garvin Mesa. My only concern is that it's taking so long for town to figure out that they could use a business like this that supports a lot of the local agricultural products in the valley, both with the wines that are going to be promoted, but also the other products like the fruit, vegetables, and meat. So definitely, you know, we need to get this going. It's too bad it's taken so long that they've missed a lot of the tourist season.
Yep. Thank you. Would anyone else from, yes, Mr. Markle.
I'd like to echo what tourist season now. So hopefully we can all, as a community, help these guys out and visit there ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the community? All right. Since we have, if there's no more questions, no more comments, then I am going to go ahead and close this hearing. All right, so deliberation by the Board of Trustees. I think we should approve this. I think it's a wonderful addition. I've been looking forward to this for months and months. I so want to come and celebrate this with you. Anything else from the trustees? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the public comment that we heard about this, and I think that if the public is having issues moving through the process with staff, that's something that the board needs to hear. And I don't know how we can, because of the way we set up our agendas and the way we get to things that get to board discussion, I don't know, like, if you specifically were having trouble with staff things, and I don't know anything about what's going on with this, but I'm just going to say, hypothetically, if there were issues that came up, how do those get before the board? And do we want to encourage people to bring those up?
This is outside the public hearing, Michelle. So if we want to have this discussion, we can have this discussion at another place and time. But this is strictly on the approval of this liquor license, and that's all, and not the process thereof.
Okay, that's fair, and I apologize for going off the rails on that. I just want to make sure that what I've said before, that the public is being heard when they bring things to our attention. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other board discussion on the approval of this liquor license? Okay. Seeing none, then do we need a motion vote or do we just vote on it? Okay, could I get a motion to approve the liquor license for Like to Bounce Corporation, DBA Dana's?
Motion to approve Like to Bounce, DBA Dana's, Peonia liquor license application.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Welcome to Peonia. I can't wait till you open your doors. Yay. All right.
If I may follow up now that we've
Okay,
closed. I want
now-
to apologize to staff. That was not intended as an accusation to staff. This is not anything I know anything about personally. I just want to be clear that we need to make sure the public knows how they can be heard by the board, and that's all. And I don't want this to be an accusation of staff related to the specific process. So I apologize if that's how it came across. Thank you.
Okay.
And,
All right.
and I just want to state to that as well that if an applicant feels that there are issues with response, that as much as they need to know how they can address that to the board, it would also be incredibly helpful if they stated to let me know that they felt that there were issues. Process for these type of applications are extensive, and a submittal of an initial application is not a receipt of a final application that triggers things. And I'm extremely excited about Dana's, and I don't want to overshadow that with anyone feeling then that it becomes a, well, they didn't do this or you didn't do that, because I feel that this is a good venture, and if anyone is interested in the steps for a liquor license application process, I have that and would be happy to share it.
Okay, well, let's move on now to unfinished business, board consideration of COVID relief funds update and determine of what we want to do with the remaining funds. So we have, let's see, is there anything that you need to add to what you wrote on this? Okay. Right. So we have approximately $16,000 that we still need to distribute. And we had talked previously about doing, again, donations to the community, to have a grant application process for the community. If we do it at $2,000 a business, that would allow us 8 businesses to be able to support with this. I think this is a great idea. I hope we can get businesses who would like to apply for this and be able to distribute these funds by the end of the year. Yes, Mr. Bear.
Well, I think it's a good idea to reopen this and let the public have a chance to make applications for the money. I noticed in your thing here, you said you'll notify businesses by regular mail, published on the town website and social media, but our official notification is the Delta County Independent, if I am correct. And why did you not include that?
That's where we have to make legal publications, is our official paper of record. But every time we send something to the newspaper also, we pay for that. And so we budget, we try to stay, we're already outside of our publication budget this year. I can let you know that. That's way above what we budgeted. But that's why we did not advertise it in the Delta County Independent.
But what we can do is we can approach Lisa Young to write an article about this, which we'll put it in the DCI.
Well, I think it's important to go in the DCI. A lot of people don't do Facebook. They should read their mail. And they'll never read it if they don't go on the town website. So I think that the newspaper is important to have it mentioned in.
And the other thing, it will be in the shopper. And it will be in the shopper probably at least 2 times in this, being that the town has a little blurb in the shopper every other week. And that will be part of the shopper thing. So it will also be in the shopper. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Can we coordinate it with water bills and it goes out with water bills?
It was going to go out on the water bill. That was how we were going to do the advertisement via mail.
Okay. Trustee Patterson.
Same comment as Trustee Knudsen.
Okay.
I like that as an alternative to paper because it doesn't cost us any extra money. So more of that money gets back to the businesses and it goes to everybody who gets a water bill from town.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move that we approve the follow-up determination for the use of the remaining COVID funds in the amount of $16,193.58 as envisioned in this statement.
Okay. Do I have a second? Further discussion from the board? Okay. Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Smith.
The power button is.
Ooh, why is it flashing?
Power button is flashing green. It's working though.
Yeah, it's working.
But,
So,
okay, we'll try.
I know.
Mostly,
Oh,
I'm just.
The battery's dying.
Okay.
So talk fast.
All right. Okay. Really, clarification. So, in many meetings ago, there was an estimate of how much it would cost to do the mailing, and it was $400 some. So, but did you all decide you're not going to mail to the businesses?
We're not going to do the mailer. We're going to put it on the utility bill.
Okay. So that part is you're not going to send envelopes, so you're going to save a lot of money. Thanks.
Okay.
And so I would add to that as well, so the board is aware, and that I'm hearing consensus from the board that we will put it, I will put a small ad in the newspaper. It's going to be in the shopper. It will be on the website and Facebook and on the utility bill as a method, and given to KVNF as a public service announcement. Because I know that there will be people, be aware, in buildings like the Harvester, where you've got multiple businesses, one utility bill. So I just want the board to be extremely aware that I am sure there will be some who still feel that they were not notified.
Great. All right. Anything else from the public? Yeah, Mr. Mark.
I was wondering if we knew what the original total of the grant was from July 21, 2020.
Yeah.
Like ballpark,
Don't
anybody?
remember. 125, something like that.
120. About 125,000-ish?
Yeah,
Okay,
more-
cool. I was just
more or
wondering
less.
what the percentage was remaining out of that. I wonder what happened, or how the businesses that didn't make it through 2020 feel about this happening now.
Okay. Anything else? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the table to distribute these funds through grants of $2,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. All right, next, new business, letter of intent between the town of Paonia and the Nature Connection. Mr. Graves. Oh.
There it goes.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for including me in the agenda. I think I first wanted to start by just giving a general update on the trail project that has been occurring down at the Paonia K-8 school, the Paonia River Park. So end of July, we started construction with a CYCA, which is a Colorado Youth Corps Association grant. So these were young people employed to do outdoor service. There were a number of veterans, recent veterans on the crew, and a number of recent college graduates. 10 young people, mostly out of the Grand Valley area, and they worked approximately 5 weeks down there at the riverfront site. We constructed 3/4 of a mile of new trail. We, with the town's support, were able to finally complete the ramps leading down to the river bottom area and to the Paonia Museum. So the trail is now complete. Due to issues with equipment that we rented, we weren't able to compact the trail surface, and so you may notice, or the public may notice, that it's still pretty loose. That's just an issue because we don't have a rental company in the local area that has a working compactor, and so therefore we're writing a grant so we can buy our own. But that's besides the point. So that's the one major task that needs to still be complete. So questions, I guess? Yeah.
Questions for, yes, Dave.
I want to make a comment. The 5K for the elementary school was held on these trails, and I'm really glad to report that no one got a PR.
They were slow, yeah. It's like running on sand. It's maybe intentional, but precipitation will help, and the winter will help. You know, some municipalities don't mechanically compact. We feel like it just provides a better product, and it'll be more accessible, especially for young kids, older adults, anybody with mobility issues. So, yeah.
Other questions for Mr. Graves? Yes, Mr. Johnson.
I guess not a question, but just I want to thank you and the Nature Connection for these added trails. I mean, they just add so much, and it's a different perspective from, you know, the River Park Trail. So, you know, I just want to thank you for all your work and your organization.
Yeah,
thank you.
This, I don't want to steal all the spotlight. This was a co-sponsored project with the Western Slope Conservation Center, who received a grant for the materials and a lot of the equipment rental. So,
yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
I should have mentioned that.
No
as well.
problem.
Other comments or questions from the board? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
Yeah, just a question, and this may be a historical thing that I'm just not aware of, but so the trail is, the trails are constructed on behalf of the school district, right?
Yeah, so most of that trail is probably like 4/5 or maybe even a little more than that, is constructed on school district property.
Okay.
And so there's a small segment of maybe 180 feet of that trail, which is on town property, along with the ramp that leads from Grand Avenue down to the site. And so the project was jointly proposed through a grant that initially funded the Nature Connection. GOCO rejected that piece, about $60,000 or so of trail construction, and said, hey, we've got other pots of money that you should apply for, specifically for trail construction. We want to fund other programs. And a few years later, we received said grants and completed it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think the trails are great. It's not clear to me why the easement would be held by the town versus the school district, since it's a school district project, but that may just be my misunderstanding of how those work.
Yeah, so right now, I think one big next step that I am going to be working on this winter is a trail management plan, or an operations plan, because we have a trail that now crosses Western Slope Conservation Center property, so technically private, but it's held in a conservation easement. The museum property, I believe, is town property. And then there's a short 100-something feet of town property with the rest of the trail on school property. A lot of other municipalities who have trails like this that cross multiple jurisdictions have a management plan, which just outlines roles and responsibilities for annual maintenance, which is what this letter is going towards, but also things like hazard tree removal or a flood or closure of the trail for public safety. And so that's something that I have a draft of. Mesa County has a similar trail with multiple jurisdictions, and I'm working to kind of tailor that for our use, and then to be in touch with Bo to get all the legal aspects in there. Because, yeah, I believe both the school district and the town, as public entities, are, due to state statute, don't have liability for things that happen unless it's gross negligence, but we should just get all these things in writing, so because people aren't going to know when they're on town property, when they're on school district. They're just going to see it as a feature. So.
Thank you. I appreciate your response. I'm still not clear on why the easement is held by the town, and that may be a question.
There's no formal easement right now.
In the plan, it says the plan is for the town for a trail easement to be held by the town to protect landowners and to allow the application for bridge construction grants. So is it required for the town to hold the easement for that to move forward? I just don't fully understand the relationship.
So that's just jumping ahead. So future developments for this vision, which is connecting the school with the library, are going to require some crossing of private property. We have a number of landowners that are in that zone, and eventually we're going to need an easement to cross private property. Municipalities can hold those easements, and school districts cannot. So we're eventually, once we reach an agreement with those private landowners about the location of the trail, eventually we're going to ask the town to hold that easement, because legally the school district nor another group can hold it.
That totally answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah, but currently there are no trail easements, and there's it's purely school district property, town property, and I believe the Conservation Center property has an easement, an open space easement. So, yeah.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Mick.
You know, easements can cost money, and if the town is holding them, if that's the plan, would there be the possibility that some of these landowners would say, you can have an easement, but we are going to ask you to buy it from us? And would the town at that point be responsible for purchasing those easements?
Mr. Nerlin?
So I think the goal is to work with the nature connection. The nature connection would potentially get that goal or that arrangement in place where the landowners were like, okay, look, I believe in what your guys' mission is. I believe in the trail and the connectivity. And if there's any compensation, it would be negotiated with the nature connection, and then the town would step in as the holder of that easement. Certainly, I think everything's up for, again, just to reemphasize, this is a non-binding letter of intent, but that's what the vision would be. Is that? Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, can I get a motion on the table?
Well, so for that was just update. So the letter that I believe was submitted is...
What we have is the letter of intent before us.
There was no modification to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting to discuss the letter of support and financial.
Okay.
So that would go as your TBA and be on the next agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what TBA stands for.
Well, you put in there to be in your, you have to, the to be, it should be TBD, to be determined in your grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I guess. So currently we are submitting a grant to Colorado Parks and Wildlife for annual maintenance of the trail. So this is the trail that occurs on school district, town property, and on Western Slope Conservation Center property. So I submitted a letter to be included in the packet, which was a letter of support for the Nature Connection in applying for a 2-year grant from Parks and Wildlife for annual maintenance of the trail. And I thought that's what I was discussing.
No. In our back and forth email communication and responses, I don't think you responded to the one where I had asked about, because when the letter came in and there's a financial ask, that typically when there's a financial aspect, the board likes that to be on the agenda so that the public is aware, and that you could ask the board to add it to the agenda, but yeah, and so that didn't happen.
So we are applying for this grant from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We are applying for 10 weeks of high school labor to do labor on trails at Paonia River Park, Confluence Park in Delta, and Crossroads Park in Hotchkiss. Our crews would spend 3 weeks at each of those locations performing annual maintenance like weeding, tread maintenance, and at the Paonia River Park it would include finishing many of these sections of trail that were not finished this past summer, including extending the trail by 400 feet on school district property. So that puts us within 300 feet of the potential bridge site. So once we do seek easements and funding for a bridge, we'll be within 300 feet, which is about 1 week of trail labor to complete that trail segment. So the ask to Colorado Parks and Wildlife requires all municipalities involved to provide a financial commitment. We've asked each of our municipalities, so City of Delta has committed $3,000 a year for their section, for their 3 weeks of trail labor, $1,000 a week towards the trail crew. The North Fork Rec Board is currently considering $2,500 a summer, or a little less than $1,000 a week towards that project, because the crew will be jointly on school district property and North Fork Rec Board property. The Paonia project only involves a few hundred feet on town of Paonia property, and so we're asking for a commitment of $3,000 total, or $1,500 a summer, for 3 weeks of labor for these high schoolers to be working on those trail projects. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife will be committing close to $100,000 of salaries and benefits towards those young people and then their supervisors. So the ask to the town is about $1,500 or $500 a week to support those trail crew youth and their supervisors in maintaining the trail that is constructed on town and school and Paonia River Park, or the Western Slope Conservation Center properties. So I'm hopefully going to put a TBD as the financial commitment and ask the board next meeting for that financial commitment. I'm wondering if the board would consider allowing the administrator to sign this letter of support in our application packet, because that application packet is due on October 4th.
Mayor?
Yes.
That's not on the agenda.
Okay, and we're not.
And we haven't approved it for to be on the agenda.
Well, and that's the thing, is that it will be on the next agenda, the monetary ask. What is on the agenda for tonight is the letter of support, which has been included in the packet.
Yes.
And there is no financial obligation with that letter of support.
That's correct.
And that's what we are voting on tonight. Okay, so can I get a motion? What?
Can I get clarification on that? Is the letter of support the same thing as the MOU that we have in our packet?
There's no MOU.
It's not an MOU, it's just a letter of intent.
Sorry.
No, the other letter is not the same thing. This is simply saying, yeah, we want to be part of this project. It's no financial commitment, it's just saying we are on board with this.
So I think, if I may.
Oh, please, go right ahead.
There's two different issues and frankly two different letters here. One is the letter of intent that's included in the packet. The second is Mr. Graves is saying, I would also be looking for a letter of support, which is not included in the packet, but he would ask that there be consent given so that the town administrator could sign that because it's due October 4th, is what I
I believe it's this letter of intent that needs to be signed.
Nope.
Oh, it's the other.
It's,
Okay.
it's not included in the packet.
So it would be signing a letter stating that we support the trail system grant. There's no financial obligation that would be in that letter of support. That would come before the board at the next meeting to ask for the line item to be included in the budget for the trail support in 2022 and 2023, and then that information would be provided and updated to the grant.
Okay, so I was confused as well. Multiple letters, yes, Trustee Patterson.
Is it even possible for us to approve a letter that is not included in the packet or not agendized? I don't think it is it?
So certainly you could amend the agenda to, I mean, this is all part of the discussion that kind of is pertinent to the nature connection. I think that probably the easiest approach would be to start with the non-binding letter of intent, and then if you guys wanted to take up that separate item, you could do that, but it would be at the board's direction.
Can I make a quick pitch here? So we're asking for $100,000 from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, which, given the current labor market, we can't hire maintenance, our teenagers to do maintenance. So it costs us about $5,000 a week to do that. And we're asking the town, we will be asking the town for a small financial commitment, but we would love the town's support in getting public money that the state wants to spend on helping us maintain trails in this community. If the town doesn't want to be a part of that, we're happy. I mean, I guess we can flag the section of trail that is town trail and just say, we're going to maintain all the other sections of trail, and the town board will not allow us to work on this 150 feet. I think that would be kind of awkward. I think a lot of people would be like, hey, why isn't the town supporting? It's like, I don't know. But it's almost a mile and a half of trail, and there's about 100 or so feet on town property. And we'd love the town support to say, hey, let's get this state money so we can hire young people in the community to do this maintenance. And I totally understand that I need to ask for the financial commitment at a different meeting, and that's totally fine. But there's one application every other year for this grant, and it'd be great for the town to be a part of it.
Trustee Knudsen.
I think we have enough people watching our actions that they'd be really disconcerted seeing us making a financial commitment without agendizing it. I think that's what people on the board are all saying. Yeah. No, wait, time out. The letter of intent's fine, but I'm hearing a very distinct ask for us to commit town funds before that grant comes in on the 4th. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm hearing that, I'd rather see the financial commitment be agendized and passed.
Totally.
And the only thing we do tonight is the intent.
Yeah,
and
and so we've done this with Town of Hotchkiss last year. North Fork Rec Board is going to ask us to do it this year. Because their budget process doesn't complete by the 1st of October, they're submitting a letter of intent that says, we support the Nature Connection and this trail grant. Our financial commitment is to be determined at a later meeting, and it's perfectly acceptable to put in the grant application that the financial commitment is to be determined. It's a state process, and they know that all the state agencies are wrapping up their financials in this same time period. But the letter of support in our applying for this grant will allow us to complete work on properties owned by the town of Paonia. And we're not allowed to use state money to work on properties without a support of that landowner.
Ms. Patterson.
Okay, so for clarification, when you say letter of support, are you talking about the letter of intent that was provided in this
I
packet or a
don't
different
know
letter?
what letter of intent got included in this packet. That was sent to the staff to discuss when we had some landowners that were interested in working with us, and we were going to seek funding to get money for those easements, but we're not currently in this grant process able to do that. This is purely a maintenance grant. So I think yeah.
Basically moot.
That's moot. Yeah, that's
Okay.
not Yeah, the letter that I submitted was a letter of support for the Nature Connection to apply for a maintenance grant with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Okay. Trustee Patterson.
So is that letter, does staff have that letter? Can we get that letter?
I got the letter yesterday.
Okay.
And that's the communications and
Yeah.
emails that went back and forth. So I have the letter. I can show the letter.
So you received it too late to include in this
Yes,
agenda?
and then in the correspondence, it was not on the agenda because it was too late to be in the packet. There had been ongoing conversation at previous meetings about an MOU, but it was just actually was the letter of intent that was supposed to come back to the board. And so I think it's just crossed.
Okay.
The two different topics have overlapped each other.
There's multiple things that, as we develop a trail system that involves, I mean, there's a reason why this has taken since the early 2000s to complete, is because it's complicated. It'd be nice if there was just one person owning the land and one group to sign off and say, let's do it and let's build it.
Okay, so a couple things. One, I want to be clear to you, Ben. I
Yeah.
think I haven't heard anyone say that the town wouldn't support something like this. I think the issue is more a legal requirement one, and that it wasn't on the agenda the way it's required to be with public notice in advance. So I would like to make a motion that we hold a special meeting by Zoom on Thursday for half an hour to discuss this issue. That's enough time
Okay.
to get it properly noticed, agendized.
Do you have a time for that?
5:30 p.m.
All right. Do I hear a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Discussion by the board.
It takes 3 days. If we're going to do that, it has to be 6:30.
When you're in a regular meeting, you can schedule. I just have to post the agenda by 5:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's the appropriate step to take because it's not on the agenda. And it would be, once again, was board getting shoved into a corner to make a decision without proper notification. So I would support the special meeting.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Johnson.
I will not be able to attend that meeting.
And I'm not sure I'm going to be able to attend that meeting either.
Nor would I, and I don't know if we still have applications for Zoom kind of attendance to vote. We can't do that, so.
Oh, if we can,
Since he's not in effect, is it?
Pardon?
Not in effect?
I don't know that that precludes us from having Zoom meetings.
I am open to alternate dates and times. I just think we should do it quickly so that whatever the board decides, they have the information needed for the grant application.
Well, it depends on where I am, whether I can attend on Zoom or not, and I'm not sure where I'm going to be. And Dave, are you going to be in a location to do a Zoom? Not after the 1st. So we'll be 3 of us missing, which means there will be, huh? Can we do it the 30th?
As I say, Thursday's the 30th. It's not the 1st.
Oh, it's not
October
the 1st.
yet.
Oh, well then.
September 30th.
Okay. Dave? Okay, and I may be able to attend it, just my plans are in flux right now, so I don't know. So, we have,
If we're not sure whether we'll have a quorum, let's make it a different date so that we can make sure we can make a decision. We could, Friday, Monday, whatever.
and yeah, my plans are still in flux for till Tuesday of next week, so.
I mean, if we're having a meeting on the 30th, I'll do it, okay, if that's what it needs for a quorum, because I want to see this go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's like 15 minutes. We should be done.
Right,
Yeah.
it's very short.
The other possibility is I could submit a draft letter and without it signed. We had to do that for the county last year because just their meeting agendas didn't work.
Is that going to count against you on the grant?
No. We just, if you're comfortable submitting a draft and I can strip all mention of any sort of commitment that just says the town of Paonia is supportive of the Nature Connection applying for this grant, I can amend that letter with a signature and with dollar amounts, and then that can go for be on the agenda next meeting.
Oh, I think we still need to do the Zoom meeting. All right.
I feel like if we're even verbally saying, yes, we commit, then that's something that should be agendized.
Right, right. Yes, Mr. Bear.
Well, in order for us to move forward with that, we have to have a document in front of us.
Right,
Try to
and that
spell
will
out
be-
all the details.
Right. Yes, Corinne has it. She just needs to distribute it.
And Mayor, I would also point out that if 3 of you are absent, that is still a quorum, because there's 4 people.
Okay, just means you get to run the meeting, though. Okay. So at this point, we have a motion to have a Zoom meeting at 5:30 on Thursday, September 30th. Any further discussion from the board? All right, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that
Great.
passes.
Appreciate it.
You want to attend? We'll put you in.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you
Thanks.
so much, Ben.
Sure.
We'll get this thing done one way or the other. All right. Moving on, next item on the agenda is declaration of surplus item process. Yes, Corinne, you're going to have to talk.
So I know the board has been waiting for a list of surplus items that we were going to advertise for sale. The last meeting, I attended the last August meeting. In answer to Trustee Bear, it brought up the fact that the last couple of years the town has done surplus through a resolution, but upon discussion with the auditors and a request to other communities to see their process and what their information looked like, found that that is not a requirement, and I found no other communities that do it via a resolution. But because we've done it that way previously, I felt that it needed to be a discussion at the board level on that process before we made a change to it, so that the board was aware and the community was aware if that change was supported.
Thoughts from the board about making this just an administrative process versus a resolution? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
For the dollar amount that would need to come before the board, rather than having an exact dollar amount, I'd like to tie that to our purchasing policy, so it's the same requirement. So as of now, it would be 5,000, but it could potentially, it's 5 in our purchasing policy right now.
So you would like this to be, instead of $10,000, let's see, items with an anticipated value over 5,000 would be provided in list form to the board prior?
Rather than a strict dollar amount, I'd rather just list
So
the
to-
same level as the purchasing policy.
Well-
But it
well-
looks like Attorney Nerlin may have a comment on that.
I'm sorry, I'm slow, but to the extent that the purchasing policy would be amended, then this would be amended. So if that threshold went to $10,000, then that would be the amount for the disposition.
Correct. So I'm recommending that rather listing a dollar amount on this, we just say it's the same amount as the amount of purchasing policy that needs to come before the board. Because we as a board or future boards may change that amount, but let's just have one dollar amount and have less to keep in our heads.
And still have it be an administrative process. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if that's what other communities are using,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Trustee Bear.
Well, I oppose that. I think that if we're going to dispose of property, we have a list that the council needs to be furnished with the list, regardless of the dollar amount. Public property being disposed of, and we should know what it is.
Okay, other discussion from the board? Yes, Trustee Mack.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I was going to suggest that it be $5,000, but I don't know if that would get much support. But I think we need to see everything and its value, and I really don't want to see stuff sold off that we just don't even know about. I would rather not have the town doing that. I think the board needs to know.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Bear.
Well, I don't know if we could assign a dollar amount. It's going to be what the buyer thinks it's worth when it's sold. But yeah, I think we need to have a list of it There's going to be a list generated anyway, so we should have it.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
I think Trustee Bear and Trustee Mack make great points about that, and assigning a dollar value, even a floating one, like Trustee Bear said, it depends on what somebody actually pays for it, and if we don't know about it until after it's been paid for and it's a $10,000, $20,000 purchase, then we've created an issue for ourselves. So yeah, I rescind my comment. I think let's just have a list that comes to the board.
And then do it via a resolution? Is that what we're looking at? Yeah.
Mayor, and that's what I was going to say. I have no issue with that either. And I'm happy to provide the list. The list is made because that's the information, of course, that we have to provide to the auction site. So my request would just be that we are able to provide that list in a packet to the board, but not in resolution form.
Yes, Ms. Beck.
Was there a reason given that it's not recommended from the state, from the statute or the auditor? What's the reason behind not having a resolution?
They didn't say it wasn't recommended. It's not a requirement or a recommendation. It's just not, it's not a topic that is neither, it's neither here nor there, kind of.
So would someone like to make a motion that this become an administrative process with the board being, the board and public being provided a list of those properties that the, yes.
Before, we would see the list before the sales, yes, just to be clear.
I think the reason why it rose to having a resolution is because there was no inertia to get this whole thing started. It was approximately 2 years ago we started talking about this, and we're still sitting to the point now where we're talking about finally disposing of this excess property. The resolution, I think, gave the board some control.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Knudsen?
So the main thing is we want to get this property out there and auctioned off. And let's not wait to do a purchasing policy to do that. So if we see the list, is that sufficient for everyone to? Okay.
Yes, Trustee Patterson.
So if the list is provided in a packet, then the board has the option to take action on it if there's something that we want to remove from the list or change. So to me, that still offers sufficient option for the public and board, oversight.
Yes, Trustee Bender.
Thank you. This is the existing unmodified purchasing policy, which says the town administrator shall be empowered to take the following measures concerning items deemed obsolete or excess property, excluding real estate and vehicles by the department heads. Transfer property from one department to the other, include surplus equipment as trades on replacements, sell property by public auction or sealed bid. Said auction or sealed bid may be advertised 7 days in advance. Sell for salvage or dispose of in any appropriate manner any items that are unsaleable or unwanted. The town administrator may waive the requirements of this policy if town interests are better served through other negotiations or processes. The town administrator will be responsible for tracking the disposal of surplus property. So we already have.
Yeah, it sounds like there is an administrative policy in place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excepting for real estate.
Okay, and so what we just need is that to be brought to the board in the packet so that the board and the public can see what exactly we're getting rid of, correct? So then do we even need a motion if it's already in the personnel policy?
No, this was just, again, it was just the effort to bring it to the board and the public because it's a change in the way that it's been done the previous few years. And so, again, trying to be very cognizant of concerns and any changes or modifications or transparencies. I wanted the board to be aware and the community to be aware and get board buy-in in the process. And so I think that providing the list is perfectly good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Given your background, because we are changing a policy on something that comes before the board, I'd like to have a motion. That way we've got an official Okay. I move that we, for any for any surplus product, that a list is brought before the board in a public packet prior to auctioning or sale.
Do I hear a second? Second. Further discussion from the board? All right, seeing none from the public. Yes, Ms. Watson.
That's going to be another meeting.
Suzanne Watson. So my only concern is the surplus property. It's my property, it's their property, it's the public's property. So I would like to see what's happening with things that my taxpayer dollars have spent to purchase. And so when you say that we'll provide a list to the board, what does that mean? Is it going to just be kind of buried in an administrator's report? No, the reason I'm asking, or is it actually agendized? And that's the beauty of resolutions. They are on the agenda. They're semi-formal. They're not as formal as an ordinance. But they are, I see packets where things kind of get buried in them and they're a little hard to find. So just because a list is presented to the board, is it going to be properly agendized for the public to know that it's being presented and that we can find it somewhere?
It will be on the agenda.
Okay, can that be part of the motion, please?
I will clarify my motion that this would be an agenda item in the packet.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and I didn't appreciate the eye rolling from you. You're the moderator of the meetings, and I thought that was highly inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that surplus items come before the board as an agenda item prior to auctioning or sale.
Did we get a second on that, Amanda? Okay. You're okay with that, Mr. Bear? Absolutely. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. Next on the agenda is board consideration of policy regarding staff medical information. Mr. Nerlin?
So, I don't have a specific policy in place, really just because I wanted to provide the board with some background and analysis, and included in the packet is a memo, which basically is my review of open records in terms of what is discoverable in terms of personnel records. Frankly, medical records for employees are subject to review by the employee supervisor. Or
From the board on this? Anybody? Yes, Mr. Bear.
I think that a person's medical history needs to be their information. If they wish to share it, they can. But I don't think that we should be asking anybody their medical information. That's their business.
Other comments? Yes, Trustee Patterson.
I feel like part of the reason this is coming up was safety concerns from the public regarding COVID-19. And I think if we had a policy in place that the town does contact tracing, it does our best to protect public health if somebody may have been exposed, that we will reach out and notify them. I think that would alleviate part of the issue. And I'm not saying that we release any specific medical information, but we could say, hey, you were in town hall and we think there's a possibility you may have been exposed, so we're notifying you. And I think that improves public safety and also protects staff.
Okay, I would say that it seems way beyond the scope of the town to do any kind of contact tracing. It seems to me that is the purview of the Delta County Department of Public Health, and that the information is given to the Department of Public Health that this person has a communicable disease, a dangerous communicable disease. So we're not talking flu, we're not talking common cold, we're not talking, emphysema or asthma. We're talking about a serious, nationally recognized dangerous disease, and that they be given the list of contacts, and that the Department of Health is the one that contacts them, because they will have to do follow-up with the Department of Health. and not the town. So it seems like this is outside the scope of the town's authority. Other discussion from the board? Yes, Mr. Knight.
I'm curious, has this issue arisen because we had a staff member with COVID and the public wasn't properly notified? Or was not, contacts weren't notified, or just?
No.
I'm trying to get my head around what the issue is.
This is nothing more than a direct agenda item specifically because I contracted COVID. 100% that's what this is. I was required to provide in a timeline that they asked of me my direct contacts for an amount of time at that time who are then contacted so that they can do spread trace through CDPHE, through the health department and the state health department. But yes, that's exactly what this was. There was no extended direct exposure. No one else got sick. No other staff member contracted COVID. As soon as I showed a symptom, I was very aware. I took the necessary precautions and exited and did not return until I was medically cleared to do so by my physician.
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Was that, Corinne, was that county or state people that asked you to provide that information?
We provide everything to the county reports to the state.
Right, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, I just wasn't aware that process, I should be aware, but I was not aware that process had happened through the county. So maybe just information sharing to the public that yes, this process is happening. If someone is diagnosed, there is contact tracing that happens through the county and the state. And I agree with you that if the county and state are doing that, that's beyond our scope as a town.
And so the question arises, I mean, is this something that even should be public knowledge? Without, I mean, Corinne gave her permission for it to be released. But is it really our job to inform the public that someone is sick?
My personal position is that it's not, but this is a small town and there are going to be rumors, and so I think making sure that we've shared information about how the town responds, not in any particular one case, but if this happens, when this happens, how does the town respond, and what is the county doing? Just make sure that people in town know that, and I think that's sufficient. You look like you're not
Yeah,
happy
it
with
seems
that.
like it's really vague to me as to what then you're proposing. Because, yeah, is there a policy? Is there what?
So I apologize if I'm overstepping, please state. But so what I'm hearing basically is that if someone asks what our policy is that we follow the county and state guidelines on notification when notifications are required. That seems to be what we're doing. I made the decision to make my positive test public because I know that there was question and incorrect information being shared about why I wasn't in the office and what my schedule is. And so that's why I made that decision, because it is a small town and I wanted, because it was extended, my absence was extended due to the severity. That's why I made that choice. But I would agree. I think our medical is private, just like a community member does not have an obligation to call and inform us if they're exposing us prior to entering the building or coming into contact with us during our job or when we go into their job. I would agree with what the board consensus is.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, and I appreciate you letting us know that you did have COVID, especially with your position. It's so important to the town. It's important that the town knows that, and it's good that we all found that out. But I guess it's something that we really can't ask someone in the future to do either. So anyway, I just appreciate that. But I think if someone in your position does get sick, we need to know that you're going to be out, maybe not what, you're out, well, if you have COVID, which you hopefully you won't get again, but yeah, we do need to know if you're going to be gone or someone in that type of situation is going to be in that position. So,
And that's addressed in our personnel policy as far as notification of any extended leave or absence.
And so it's not public release of information. And that's what this was all about, is public release of information. So if the board agrees that we just abide by what? Right, it's in the personnel policies. We just abide by our personnel policies. Yes.
Just one question on that, and this is not really COVID related, but so if the administrator who reports to the board is out on extended leave, what information does the board need to make an evaluation of what that leave is for, or is that covered in the personnel policy as well?
No, but there's requirements of having to provide like a medical, like I have papers from the doctor. Of course, mine's specific to COVID, but even if it wasn't, you do have to provide a document that shows that that you're out because of and all they put on there is that there's a medical reason.
Okay.
They don't list what it is, or at least my physician didn't list what it was.
That's, yeah.
So it seems like we don't need to do anything else on this. Okay. All right, next is resolution 20, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bruner. Yes, please.
Okay. Bill Bruner, Paonia. I have here an excerpt from the decision in Paonia Custodian of Records versus Bruner, where central to the case was the withholding of information under CORA under the guise of medical records. And the court wholesale dismissed this argument, and I believe it's relevant in this case because there doesn't seem to be any eagerness from this town to educate itself, even after spending probably $100,000 on this case, as to exactly what the judge said. So I just want to give you guys a copy of this one little segment here. I commend Corinne for bringing this forward. It's a legitimate topic. Personally, I think when someone who has contact with the public comes down with a communicable disease, the town has an obligation to let people know that they may have been exposed. Thank goodness no one seems to have been. But it's not guaranteed to be like that. The memo itself from Mr. Nerlin is, when I read it, it's a little bit thick, and it comes down to a recommendation that we go by the law, and there's really no effort there to explain really what that means. And I think Mr. Nerlin could do a much better job of providing a guiding document if you ask him to, and ask him to include the things that were learned in cases like this one that the town was involved in. Because, like, for example, the judge quotes from a decision, I'll leave out the gobbledygook on it, but sick leave records that do not contain description of specific medical conditions are discoverable under CORA. And the basis of CORA is that it be construed widely to provide the public with access to almost everything. Okay, and so if it were interpreted otherwise, documents would be withheld from the public simply by sprinkling vague references to medical conditions in them. That's what the town argued they could do on this particular case. And so given the history of the misunderstanding of the way this works when you get to court, I urge you to dig into this a little bit farther and come up with a more specific list, because medical information is wildly misunderstood. HIPAA only applies to doctors and insurance companies. When a report comes to the town from a doctor or about a person, that's automatically released from HIPAA. HIPAA no longer has any relationship to that information. It goes to the Open Records Act. And it needs to be understood better. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to resolution 20. Did you want to say anything? Okay, all right, resolution 2021-08, data access by Board of Trustees. So Ms. Ferguson is feeling ill and will need to go home. So we will hope to carry on without her. So please, Corinne, go home. All right. So, Mr. Nerlin, would you like to address this at all?
Yet the goal with this resolution was to reinforce the trustees' ability to, the ability of the Board of Trustees and the mayor to access town records, while at the same point in time recognizing a balance that we'd be looking at in terms of if a specific records request requires the data retrieval or the creation of a report that would require more than 3 hours of staff time, with the request being that that come back to the board so that the board could approve the request in an open meeting. That was somewhat of a number that was put there with respect to conferral with the town administrator, but certainly willing to hear what the trustees would want to say. It's your guys' policy. And then there is a recognition in terms of the allowance or denial inspection of records. I do think it's important to have that in there. I mean, I think that really the only kind of specific examples that come to mind, come to top of mind would be if there was, say, a matter that a trustee recused themselves, but then because of a conflict or something of that nature, but then made a request for some, so say a trustee was involved in a real estate deal or had an interest in land, and they'd recused themselves, but then they requested a copy of an appraisal or something along those lines. Or if there was some sort of kind of investigation that the trustee would be the subject to. But those are kind of broad, so that's the gist of what we're going for here with this proposed resolution.
Okay. All right, questions for Attorney Nerlin from the board? Yes, Trustee Mack.
I don't know if it's a question so much as just a comment. Nothing in the 45 pages of Cora law reflects different laws for elected officials. So I guess I just have a problem with being told that if you're a member of the board, that there might be a reason for denial. It seems to me that each person should have equal access, and that somewhere in that 45 pages of law, that access is explained and clarified. So I guess I'm a little bit curious as to exactly why you feel like you have to have a policy for trustees to get public records when there's nothing that separates trustees from the public other than, you know, yes, we are trustees, but we also should have access to all of the records that the public should have. So I'm just curious what if anybody has any thoughts on that.
So that was the direction that was given by the board at the last meeting, in terms of putting something together to recognize the board's authority to access the records. With respect to the allowance or denial, it's only specifically to the denial under Cora, or for matters where a member of board trustee may have a conflict of interest.
And this was requested in direct response to Mr. Bruner's Citizens Initiative. And that's one of the things that he wanted in his Citizens Initiative. Other discussion from the board. Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy.
Then I guess I would ask since this is in response to Mr. Bruner's actions, then I would ask what his thoughts are on it, if that's not inappropriate.
Mr. Bruner.
I appreciate Trustee Meck's astute observations. I want to start from the start of this resolution. It is that the legislative body, the board, shall have the power of authority to exercise all the power conferred upon or possessed by the town. And then this resolution goes on line by line to diminish that power. And down and restricts you only to Cora. And the problem I was advised when I was a trustee with Cora is, as a trustee, you can make a Cora request. But if the town says no, you have to resign in order to take them to court to get that request fulfilled, because as a member of the public body, you're suing yourself, and that's not going to fly. That's the advice I was given, and it rings true to me. This allowance of denial actually gives the clerk the power to declare you have a conflict of interest. The conflict of interest law says it's up to you to decide if you have a conflict of interest. And if you violate that statute and lie about it, there are consequences. It says this gives you the power to submit a request. It doesn't give you the power to receive the records you request. The initiative that I have proposed gives the board broad access to all the records of the town. In my mind, if there's a legal thing, Mr. Nerland's articulating a trustee improperly seeking records to benefit themselves by looking at an appraisal of the town that will hurt the town, there's laws against that. That would not fall within a trustee having broad access to the records. That's prohibited by law. I would urge you to vote against this, or to table it, get rid of it, whatever, but I'd hate to see you limit your own authority by accepting this. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Do I hear a motion? Hearing none, then this is dead. Okay. And we move on to number 11, 2022 CIRSA preliminary renewal quote for workers' compensation, property, and casualty. Corinne talked to me briefly about this, and this is just a routine renewal. It's pretty much the same as it always is.
Mayor.
Yes.
Basically, the main thing they're giving us is an estimates for budgeting purposes.
Right.
The other thing is, if we want to try to get another vendor for these types of insurances, we have plenty of time to be able to go after that. So it's really more of an administrative thing. Are we going to stay with CIRSA or not? If we're going to stay with CIRSA, here's the budget numbers, and that's what that's for.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Dave. Questions? Yes, Mr. Beer.
Wait, do we have to respond to CIRSA whether we accept their quote or not?
We don't have to respond to them except if we decide to withdraw.
Okay, Trustee Patterson.
So the letter says we have to respond by October 1st if we want to withdraw, so we would have to make that decision at this meeting.
Correct. Correct. And it seems, I don't know if you guys have any information, but it seems to me CIRSA is absolutely the best provider at the lowest cost for municipalities. And they have been our go-to for many years.
What is that based on, though? When's the last time we reviewed other alternatives? So I'm sorry to see this in this packet instead of an earlier packet, since the letter's dated August 31st. I feel like at this point our hands are tied. We don't really have an option because there's not time to go out and seek other quotes. So we're stuck with what they have offered us for 2022, whether we think it's a good fit for the town or within our budget or not. So that's extremely frustrating, that we, as a board, we have not been given the option. I would like to move that in 2022, we research other options, that staff bring us other quotes prior to a week before a response is due.
Okay, do I hear a second on that?
Second.
Comment.
Yeah, well, let's get a second and then we'll
Second.
go ahead and get a comment. So Tammy, seconded, okay.
Can we make resolutions or motions that are going to bind another council? I don't think we can. We could do that for this council, which will be retired in April of 2022. So in order to bind another council with previous votes, I just don't know if we could do that.
I move that we get quotes prior to April of 2022. That at least gives us some idea of what else is out there, because we just don't know.
Okay, so we have a motion. Let's make sure we get the motion correct. Yeah,
Let me amend my motion
very good.
to request that staff provide quotes from alternative providers no later than March of 2022 for board review.
Okay. Are you agreeable to that?
Second.
Okay, we're voting on the amendment, which is the quotes by March 2022. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now, well, that pretty much covers the motion, correct? All right, then can we have a motion then to accept the 2022 CIRSA preliminary renewal quote? Or at least not opt out of it?
Mayor, I don't think we can at this point opt out of the coverage offered by CIRSA. I do think that they're probably going to provide the best coverage, especially for communities, but I opt that we do not opt out.
Okay, so do I have a second on that? Further discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor, oh wait.
Sorry, Attorney Nerlin and Deputy Clerk Maharo, I don't know if that's related to what we're discussing, so maybe we should, is there anything we need to know before we actually vote on this related to that?
No, that was just that Amanda had clarification on the motion.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we weren't jumping ahead without enough information. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, next thing on the agenda is the mayor's report. I do want to say that, so things are included in my mayor's report. I will take questions on it. I do want to comment on the parliamentarian and the mayor roles and responsibilities. I did reach out to Kevin Baumer of CML about parliamentarian and I also asked for clarification from him because he is an expert on Colorado municipal governments about mayor roles and responsibilities, and wanted to get his input on that prior to bring that back to the board prior to the discussion. Unfortunately, Mr. Baumer was out on vacation, and then he was tied up with the CML National Conference, so he was not able to get back to me in time for the board meeting. So hopefully he will bring this back to me, and I can bring that information to the board at the next meeting, and we can put both of these back on the agenda. All right, questions? As soon as we make sure nobody has a question. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
You identified that there's a phase 2 for Region 10 affordable housing grants, and Region 10 will help communities apply during that time. Do you know when that phase 2 begins?
It's not until sometime in 2022. They weren't specific on the date for that. So the first part is their part of this, and it's a much broader process, and then it comes down to the communities. So they need to get through their process before we can apply, and they will let us know at that point. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Mr. Bruner.
So I would ask the mayor to step back and think for a moment about the statutory responsibility of the mayor running a public hearing versus her gushing enthusiasm and confession that she has for months anticipated the approval of this liquor license. You just absolutely disqualified yourself from the process by doing that. I'd like you to think about that.
Thank you. Ms. Smith. No, please come to the microphone. Thank you.
This was agendized. I didn't know if you were ready to talk about Corinne's interim review.
It pretty much, it's...
Okay, it's part of your mayor's
Right,
report. Okay.
right,
Well, I wasn't sure if you were finished with everything else because you're ready to go home, and I'm not quite ready.
That's why we were waiting
Thank
for public
you.
comment.
So, appreciate getting this. It took my asking, apparently, because it's 2 months old. But first of all, I thought you all were quite generous, maybe overly so. But here are my major concerns. It looks to me, based on the second to the last and third to the last, second to last bullets, a recognition that the town administrator is filling 2 jobs and that the workload is too much. The board needs to budget for more help in administration. The board needs to budget for adequate staff for public works, especially water, hire a backup certified water operator at the very least. These are policy decisions that you apparently made during your executive session. I have no way of knowing how else you came up with this. It's dated July 27th. We've never heard anything about this till asked. So that would be improper to be making policy decisions behind closed doors and not sharing them with the public. And that kind of became apparent in the beginning of the budget meeting because Corinne thought that you all had agreed that she needed help. We've never heard that before. So I'm not going to, I don't know what I can do about it other than to chastise you all and your attorney because it appears to me you made decisions that you shouldn't have during this. And I don't know, there's been discussion amongst several of us, Socorro, each one of your questionnaires that you filled out to kind of see what went on. But this is not good, and your decision to maintain Corinne and now let her hire a clerk, which is essentially what this is, I don't know what else you can call it, you are negating her contract. And she's not meeting her other contract obligations. She doesn't have a bachelor's degree. That is required by the contract. I don't know how you can continue with her as the administrator because these meetings would not be so convoluted and confused and go on if you had someone in that seat that was giving you good information. And Mayor Bachran, you are doing way too much. You should not be in the office all the time. You haven't, this is an administrator council form of government, not a mayor council. You are spending way too much time doing the administrator's job, and we are not hearing any of the outcomes unless we happen to hear about it and ask or a trustee does. This is not the way to run a town, and I'm really sorry, but you need to rethink who you have in the administrator's seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I will say that I do not spend a lot of time at the town hall. I am in town hall 1 hour a week, and that is basically to meet with the town administrator. I do not do most of Corinne's job. I don't do Corinne's job. The only thing that I have done is grant writing, as we have talked about, and I am looking for clarification from Mr. Balmer about the appropriateness of that in a mayor's role. That's one of the questions I have to ask him. To work to improve this town on my own time, because, like I say, I don't have an office in this town. All I have in this town hall is a little cubicle that they put my papers in, and that is it. So, you know, I don't think anyone in the public can sit there and say, you're doing too much of the job, when you really do not know how much of the job I am doing. Yeah, Ms. Smith.
Just as a question, just to confirm, when you and Corinne put together the agenda packet,
And Mr. Nerlin,
Okay.
there's the three of us.
that is only 1 hour a week.
That is every other week for, what, half hour, Bo? Yeah, I don't know that we've ever gone an hour and a half. We're pretty,
Well,
so,
I will stand corrected, but I think you need to spend more time on these agenda packets because so many things are not being brought up that have been, motions have been made and then they're not brought in with the agenda, and citizens like myself and trustees ask what happened. So I stand corrected, but you yourself, in what you wanted to do as mayor, was to be on the phone with people, to take care of, you know, I can't remember what was in that policy that I said that's not your role. Your role is to serve us and be the person who is the vote, the person who votes in a tie. You're very opinionated in here, and I think it is stifling for some of your trustees because you will react quite strongly. I just would ask you to maybe pull back a little bit on your opinions when other trustees have opinions, but that does not take away from the fact that your administrator cannot do the job. You all would not be in the messes you've been in these meetings if she could. So please consider putting out a job for an administrator, and maybe Corinne would be good as clerk, which is what it looks like is being set up with a clerk at $70,000 that's an administrative assistant, and I don't understand the terminology when the form says clerk. And last year, there was no entry in that same table that's in the packet. There was no clerk entered
that's
in there.
because it wasn't in the final.
Because
it was in the preliminary when we went through it.
it was not in the final.
Exactly. It was in the preliminary documents in the same kind of form that it is in these documents. So that when we got our preliminary salary things, as we had in the packet, last year in the budget discussions, clerk was in there. And it was removed because we're not hiring one.
So where is the administrative assistant in that same table?
It will come out on the next time.
How much are you expected to read and retain and realize that things change from just 2 weeks ago and you're supposed to keep track? Why can't it just be you have proposed pieces of the budget and you see them and you look at them once? How much, I don't understand. Where is the person who's supposed to be the administrative assistant if you're still maintaining the clerk? It's so confusing, and we're distrustful. It doesn't make sense. And so, again, these meetings would not be this long if you had a person who had some, and let me just back up to, the ordinance for the town administrator says it is a combination of training, experience, and education. You have a person without the requisite education, and that's not an or, it's an and. So I think it's a problem. You need somebody who has been trained on this. There's too much going on, and we're doing too much, going back. Oh, take that one off. You know what I'm saying, and the people in the audience know what I'm saying. It's not a clear, concise move forward. It's always this. And oh no, I'm sorry I missed that. Oh no. You guys, please, just give it some thought.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Yes, Ms. Watson.
It didn't sound like you acknowledged any public comment for the administrator's review. I don't know how much there was, but it would have been nice to know that you listened to the public. And then I found it kind of ironic. I know a lot has happened since this review was tallied, but under accomplishments, you say you commend her work on obtaining and supervising grants. And then just last meeting, we heard that she's not qualified for grants and the mayor wants to take that on. So I don't really put much stock in some of the things that are in here. I don't really trust it. And then to think that someone actually signed a contract that they knew that they couldn't satisfy is a concern to me, that someone wanted the job so much that they were willing to overlook key points knowing that they didn't have the qualifications. That's a concern. That's not someone I would call trustworthy. And I know maybe you encouraged it, because I know some of you are very encouraging of seeing Corinne in this position, but to overlook points in a contract and actually sign it knowing that you couldn't complete it, that's dishonest. And I think a truly honest person would have said, you know what, we're going to have to rewrite this contract because I cannot do A, B, and C. And if you don't want me, that's fine. But I cannot sign a contract that I know I don't have the training that's listed in here. I know I don't have the ability to write grants. But to actually sign it because you want the job so bad, that's not honesty. And I want you to consider that as fundamental character flaw here. And I know in the past things have been typos a lot for Corinne, and now we're seeing that they're not actually typos, a lot of them were mistakes. And I do want to say there is no such thing as a banner permit. There is a cone rental fee, but we do not and never have had a banner permit fee. And I know we might need one, but someone is fabricating permit fees that you have no knowledge of. And people are being charged for things and you don't know about it. And I don't think that's correct. You guys need to know what fees are being charged and they need to end up on the resolution. So I will Cora it just to make sure I'm not absolutely wrong, but I wanted to bring that to your attention because it's not true and it's something that someone's telling you. This professionalism and composure under pressure is absolutely right. But a lot of times that composure is in the form of not telling the truth. And it's so convincing. It's like Bernie Madoff. And I'm concerned about that. It's not actually an accomplishment. It's something to be very cautious of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, Mr. Markle. We have 3 minutes left.
I'll try and be brief. I want to make sure that you guys understand that if this is how you feel regarding the interim review of Corinne, you may be completely out of touch with how the public feels. The people you are meant to represent feel very differently and would describe your administration very differently. And if you are on Facebook, you can read some of their comments. They aren't here. The people aren't here. They're not represented physically. But I also wanted to bring up a couple of facts about Evan Bolt, who used to work for us. Maybe facts, I don't know. This is what he says. I trust him. He says he's a city manager now, finance director, airport director, HR director, grant writer, and treasurer for a town that has 1,000 more people than Paonia. He gets paid $72,000 without benefits, $115,000 with. In the 1.25 years that he's worked here, he's brought in over $2.5 million in grants to double their city water rights, reconstruct their sewer system. And I feel like you guys totally whiffed it when you didn't give that guy a chance. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, Steve. You have 2 minutes. Oh, you need to turn on the microphone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make this real brief. I think Corinne works really hard. I think she's very smart. And, I don't think the amount of letters that you have after your last name is the biggest concern, especially for a small town. She knows this town very well. A lot of people trust her. And she's earned that trust. She's been on the town council before. She knows a lot of facets of the town. So I think that I'm in her corner for sure.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Yes.
I'd like to move that we extend the meeting by 10 minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, meeting is extended 10 minutes. Mr. Bruner?
So my comments go back to the mayor's role. In the last meeting, the committees were dissolved. And just kind of my general sense is that the mayor's role is still kind of, not decided on by the board, but it is though now the mayor alone on the board is a committee of one. And so as you proceed thinking about the proper roles for the mayor, I just want to throw that out, that it's kind of like right now, you guys don't have any committees, but she has a committee of one. And so just think about that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I just want to talk about disconfirming evidence, and I think all of us in this room right now are guilty of that. It's very hard to notice things that do not comply with your judgments about a person. So I will admit on my part that I may have had rose-colored glasses about Corinne, but I do strongly support her. I think she's trying really hard to be a good manager for us. She's trying to do her best, and that her service has been good. There are things that I haven't seen that I have blinders on, I will admit that. But I would also ask people who are consistently dragging her down to take a minute and step back and see, is there any disconfirming evidence to your judgments about her being a poor manager? Thank you.
Ms. Patterson.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion that we hold an executive session at the first meeting in November to discuss the administrator's contract.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion by the board.
I'd first like to clarify, if I may.
Yes.
I didn't realize we were discussing this as part of the mayor's report. We got the revised agenda that came out yesterday that had it as a separate item. So I thought this was coming separately.
It was not a separate item. It was still under the mayor's report. It just wasn't listed on the agenda as under the mayor's report.
Okay, so that's my mistake. I should have made my
Scrolled
motion
through.
before we got into public comment. I misunderstood the agenda. I've mentioned a couple times that I think there is overlap and inconsistency and inaccurate information in our current contract, and I think we have to talk about it. And my understanding from our attorney is the way to do that is an executive session.
Further discussion from the board? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Well, we've just been told tonight that we did all this discussion that the public would like to see, and if there's things in her contract that we need to discuss, I think it should be in an open meeting that the public can input in. And I really think that we should discuss this very openly. It isn't a personnel matter per se, it's getting the details of the contract, and I think the public needs to hear that. So I'm going to vote against that motion for that reason.
So if I may, just clarify, having a discussion in the executive session would be permissible based on if it's a personnel matter, provided it's Corinne's election in terms of if she would rather have it be a executive session, closed door session, or if she would rather have it be an open meeting. So if it's specific to personnel, that's one matter where you could go into executive session. The others would be matters that would be subject to negotiation if you're looking to negotiate the terms of her contract. Certainly, as we've done in the past, we've had the contract on the table with respect to a discussion as just an agenda item when that was entered into.
Yes, Mr. Bear.
Question, what is the date of the contract? When does it end in its current agreement?
I believe it's 2023, December 2023. No, 2022.
Yeah, it's my recollection that it's
There's one more
through
year.
2022.
Yes.
And we can, with 90 days notice, terminate the contract?
90 days notice to terminate? I don't remember if that's correct or not.
That sounds right. But that being said, it's my understanding that the discussion is roles and
Right.
responsibilities. Is
Right.
that correct, Ms. Pattison?
Well, I just trying to get clarification so I understood what was in the contract. I'm not asking whether we do or don't. Is that what's in the contract? Fine.
Yes, Ms. Pattison.
So for clarification, yes, I'm talking about reviewing town administrator roles and responsibilities, but I don't know that we can talk about that separately from contract negotiation if those roles and responsibilities may change. So if it's something we can do in open meeting, I would fully support that. I would love to be able to do that. I think that would be a great option. But my understanding is that legally, our administrator has the option to say that she doesn't want to do that because it's a personnel matter about her. So if she wants to have it in executive session, that's where we have it. But maybe I'm misunderstanding.
So it's, and I'm not trying to be difficult here, but it's an interesting trying to split with respect to, we've got the contractual discussion with respect to the roles and responsibilities, but that can really easily bleed into a personnel discussion with respect to her performance and her review. So.
Mr. Bear?
Well, if we don't think our town administrators perform their duties as laid out in the contract, we have a method of terminating that contract. I guess the discussion is she living up to her contract? And if not, what should we do about it? I don't know if we can go into an executive session and talk about roles and responsibilities. I mean, they're laid out in the document. It's up to us to make a determination whether she's doing this or not.
And my thinking on that is if we look through the job responsibilities, they're not all being done by the administrator right now. Some of them are being proposed to be contracted out. And I think it's a discussion of if that's something the board's going to accept, then we have to change the contract. If that's something the board doesn't accept, then we have to talk about how we get those things done.
If I may, I think it's really unfair. This is just personally to proceed with this discussion without the town administrator present.
I agree. I agree completely.
I agree, and that's why I made the motion that we put this on the first meeting in November. That's where I think
you proposed putting it on an executive session. I would say that you should reword. I hope that you would reword your motion to say we discussed the contract in the first meeting, and see if the contract's being fulfilled. Because if it is, nothing we could say. We could terminate if we want to. If it's not, then there's other methods. But we all signed a contract, so.
And can we talk about that in open meeting, I guess is my question. Because I don't want to move that we talk about it in open meeting and then get to that meeting and have that conversation shut down and then we have to put it off again.
And that's my concern, is that if we talk about the performance to the contract, then we're talking personnel issues. And I think it goes into Corinne's court whether she wants that in public or in executive session. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I may be wrong about this, but I thought it was the board's decision to go into executive session, not the employees. And if we chose to go into an executive session, then it's the employee's right to decide whether it's public or not. I may be wrong.
No, I think you're probably right.
It would be your guys' decision, but I think that if you bleed in, you're going to bleed into the personnel is what I'm getting at. So.
Yeah. Yes.
And I believe it is inappropriate for us to discuss this without Corinne present.
Agreed.
I think that we should just, if we want to talk about it at the next meeting, we can put it on the agenda and talk about it. But I think we should just leave this subject until she's present.
Okay. Ms. Budinger.
This is not anything about the executive session. This is just about a clarification. And I just wanted to remind the board that we gave Corinne direction when she got this contract. She was completing she had about 6 credits left to get her degree. And we suggested to her that she not go ahead to get that degree in psychology, which is what it was, but that she continue to take the CIRSA and CML credit, classes, because that was a better benefit to the town.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second because we're right on the edge of time again. Yes?
I move that we extend 5 minutes.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Go ahead, Ms. Budinger. I'm sorry.
That was really it. It was just the board's decision that she not go ahead and get her degree.
Okay. All right. Ms. Patterson.
So my recollection of that conversation is that it was based on something slightly different, but I also think it was an executive session, so I don't know if I can talk about that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to modify my motion. I would like to include on the first meeting in November both an agenda item for discussion of the administrator's contract and an executive session for discussion of personnel matters specifically related to that contract. And if our administrator would prefer to discuss that part of it publicly, she has that opportunity. And I think that covers us.
Let me make sure I have this correct. That at the first meeting in November, we have an agenda item to discuss Corinne's contract, and then an executive session to discuss personnel issues related to that contract, correct?
Yes, as long as Attorney Nerlin feels that. Okay.
Okay. All right. Further discussion, well, do I have the person who seconded this?
Second.
Okay. Further discussion from the board?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm really disappointed that my board members wouldn't discuss this while I'm gone.
You'll be back the first meeting in November. Oh, yeah, you want it to be discussed while you're gone. Okay. All right. We have 4 minutes left. I'll take one public comment. Who wants to have the say? All right, Mr. Bruner.
I was just advised that the degree in psychology is not what's required of the contract. I don't know. My comment wasn't about Corinne. It's about the contract and the motion here. As my observation as a trustee, I saw several administrators' contracts come and go. And they tend to be a mysterious thing that appears before the board fully formed. And the board doesn't have much say in it. And even when I tried to talk about it, there was never, to my best recollection, a public discussion about the policies that go into making that contract. And so I think you've got a legitimate public discussion about the policy that goes behind the administrator's contract and job description, and then you have this other legitimately executive session thing about the evaluation of the administrator's performance. And even though one may bleed into the other, you have to be equally careful that you don't bleed the public part into the executive session. So I won't be here for that meeting either probably, but good luck.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We have 2 minutes left. I would like to make one quick comment, and then I'm going to adjourn the session. To bring up Facebook, there is so much vicious misinformation, disinformation, and flat-out lies on Facebook. To say that Facebook accurately represents the public of this town is, I think, ludicrous. I know lots of people who think Corinne is doing an absolute excellent job, and they just don't show up at this meeting to diss her. And that's all this is. We have a very small minority of people who are out to get her. And I think this does not serve her well and does not serve this community well. On that note, I am adjourning this meeting.
Madam Mayor. No. No, I would like to make a comment, if I may. This is specific to a comment that was made publicly, and I think it's important that we not just gloss over this. The member of the public stated that in our last executive session, we made a decision. And I understand the position you took based on what's in the packet, and I want to say that when I came out of that executive session, I did not feel like we had made a decision. And I feel like any specific positions that have been proposed have been assumptions on the part of staff related to the discussion that took place. I do not think we made a decision, but I also think that I would disagree with the way the language is presented in the packet, because I do think it leads to that judgment. But I want to say again, I think any specific positions were not discussed during the meeting, and that it's assumption on staff part of what positions fill the staffing need that was identified during that session. So I just wanted to provide that clarification.
We extend the meeting for 2 minutes.
All right. All right. So we have a motion to extend the meeting for 2 minutes. Do I hear a second?
Sure. I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
So these two are the nays? Okay.
Trustee Johnson?
Yay.
Trustee Bear? Trustee Knudsen?
Aye.
Trustee Mack?
Nay.
Trustee Bettinger? Trustee Pattison?
Aye.
Okay, well, the mayor votes aye. All right. So all in favor of the motion to discuss Corinne's contract at the November 1st meeting, or first November meeting, and then to have an executive session to discuss personnel issues pertinent to the contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now I'm adjourning the meeting. And that's true.